Good evening. City Council is now in session. Please stand for the invocation by Councilman Rector, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to gather this evening in your presence to serve the citizens of this great city of Suffolk that we are all proud to call home. Help us as we navigate our way through the issues that are before us this evening. As we enter this election season, let us be reminded that we are bound together much more by what we have in common than what divides us. We are fortunate to live in this great country where there is an abundance of those elements needed to live a successful and happy life. Here in our city of Suffolk, we are fortunate to have an abundance of land that provides so many opportunities for our continued success as a growing city. Help us, Father, as we discuss how to plan and use this resource responsibly, so that future generations that will call Suffolk home will be able to live, work, and play in a city that will continue to be the envy of other cities in the region. We pray for all our first responders. They are the ones who help bring order out of chaos, restore safety from danger, and begin the healing and recovery process for those in need. While we are safe here at home, we pray for the safety of our men and women that serve and protect us from the many threats that exist away from our shores. We send our prayers out particularly to their families here at home who live day to day with the fear that comes from knowing their loved ones in harm's way, protecting the freedoms that we hold so dear. We continue to be the envy of the world and the place that many would love to be able to call home. All this we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Freedom of Information Act certification is required at this time. Madam Clerk, will you please present the resolution for consideration?
A resolution certifying the closed meeting of August the 21st, 2024, pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712. Now therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the City Council of the City of Suffolk in the closed meeting.
Council? Councilman Rector?
So moved.
Got a motion for approval from Councilman Rector. Councilman Fawcett.
Second motion.
Second from Councilman Fawcett. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, will you please record the vote?
The motion is approved by a vote of 7-0.
Before I move forward, need to backtrack for a second and let everyone, I forgot to inform you that Council Member Butler Barlow will not be in attendance this evening, and she has been excused. So with that being said, we will move to approval of the minutes from the May 15th, 2024 regular meeting. Council, what is your pleasure? Councilman Williams?
Move for approval.
Got a motion for approval. Councilman Williams, do I have a second? Vice Mayor Ward?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor Ward. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 7-0.
We do have one special presentation this evening, which is an update on the fall events. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tourism Manager Teresa Earls will present the city's 2024 fall events calendar, inclusive of the upcoming Taste of Suffolk event scheduled for Saturday, September 14th.
You're trying to steal my thunder.
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Honorable Council, Mr. Manager. You're not supposed to give away all the secrets right up front. I know that you never get tired of hearing about great things that are happening in Suffolk. So I'm here to share with you the upcoming events for the next couple of months, and then maybe a couple of sneak peeks into the later fall, early winter. Just so you know, you're gonna have to see me again in another month when I fill you in on Peanut Fest and other fall events. So we are wrapping up summer 2024 with our ongoing farmers markets. We have the Bennett's Pasture Farmers Market at the shops on Bennett's Pasture Road. That continues Thursdays from 3 to 6. And of course, our Suffolk Farmers Market at the pavilion behind the Visitor Center. That's every Saturday, 9 to 1. And that will continue on through the fall. And then we will have some specialty markets as well. So it's pretty much become a year-round market. August 25th is the last farmers market for the Bridgeport Farmers Market, 10 to 2. That's on a Sunday at the Bridgeport Development on Bridge Road. Also wrapping up the summer is the summer music series that's held outdoors behind the Suffolk Center for Cultural Arts. If you haven't been, I strongly encourage you to check out their new courtyard. It's beautiful, and it's perfect for music and dining. Arts Kitchen is now open inside the Suffolk Center, so you can order food, beverages, and just relax, bring a chair, and they do have some chairs there as well, and it's fun for the whole family. On the 22nd at 6 p.m., they will have Doug Allen Wilcox, who's a solo acoustic artist with folk music. On August 24th at 5:45 p.m., we're going to kick off our first official movie at the Downtown Festival Park. We're showing Wonka. Now, the fun begins at 5:45 p.m., and then the show time is actually at 7:45 p.m. There'll be food trucks and activities, so bring a blanket, bring a chair. It's free and open to the public. On August 29th, we will continue with the summer music series at the center, and that will be the acoustic duo of Carolyn and Harley. And then September 13th from 6 to 9, the CAY Fall Concert Nights at Bridgeport will feature the Blackout Band. And this is at the Bridgeport Development. They have a permanent stage. And of course, all of these concerts and movies are free and open to the public. September 10th through the 14th, we're going to be holding our annual Suffolk Plein Air Festival, where we have 36 professional plein air artists painting throughout Suffolk. They're going to capture historic downtown, our waterfronts, our farmlands, and there'll be 12 different painting locations. You're welcome to go and watch them as they paint, discuss their paintings with them, and of course you can buy them later if you'd like. They will also have an en plein air art exhibition and opening reception at the Suffolk Art Gallery, the wet paint sale and soiree at the Suffolk Center for Cultural Arts, and Paint the Taste, which is part of Taste of Suffolk, where anyone can sign up the day of to paint at Taste of Suffolk. You can find all this information at suffolkpleinair.org, so you can sign up, buy tickets, whatever you need to do. And of course, as we already heard a little sneak peek about September 14th, is our annual Taste of Suffolk Downtown Street Festival. That's going to start at 11 a.m. on Main Street and West Washington and parts of East. We will have Suffolk's independent eateries, plus a beer garden, live music, and an after party. A variety of merchants and exhibitors, games in the children's area, both outdoors and inside the old SunTrust building. You'll find a trackless train and bounce houses, kids' crafts, a 360-degree photo booth, balloon animals, face painting, axe throwing, games, and more. Contests and prizes, and of course the new vehicle exhibition where our local independent vehicle dealerships come out and show off some of their latest and greatest models. The restaurants we have coming this year so far include Nanceman Brewing Station, the Mod Olive, Harper's Table, Barron's Pub, Mason's Grill and Smokehouse, Danny's Downtown Dogs, Brighter Day Cafe, Renee's Restaurant and Lounge, Haven and Hall, El Carita Restaurant, the Mad Batter Confections and Cones, the Pink Box Vintage Tavern, Sugar Mama's Bakery, and the Taste of Everything. Live music will start off at 11 a.m. and will continue on into the evening. We have Luke Willette and the Show Me Band, Hannah J. with Corey Pavlovsky, Akila Simone, 504 Supreme, and then the after party in the courthouse park is the Wonderland Band. I should probably go back and say, as you should know, Suffolk, going the wrong direction. Taste of Suffolk is free and open to the public. It's family friendly and it tends to be dog friendly as well. So if you bring your pet, make sure they're leashed and you clean up after them, but Fido can also enjoy all the fun. September 21st will be the Great Dismal Swamp National Wildlife Refuge 50th Anniversary Festival. We're not the only ones turning 50 this year. And they will have a celebration from 10 to 3 at the New Jericho Lane Trailhead. It's on White Marsh Road, and that's free and open to the public. September 21st, you'll also have a chance to go to the Suffolk Art Gallery for the Raise a Glass to Art. It's the Chrysler Museum's mobile glass blowing unit, and you have to register in advance, but you'll be able to pay to blow glass on site and take home a piece of glass at the end of the day. The same day at 5 p.m., we have the Saturday Cinema. We're showing Elemental at the Holland Ball Fields. Again, we're going to kick off at 5, but 7 p.m. will be the show time. So bring a blanket, bring a chair, enjoy snacks while you're there. It's free and open to the public. Same night, it's a busy night in Suffolk, the Masquerade Murder Mystery event at the Suffolk Center for Cultural Arts. This is the second annual version of this, and last year it sold out. It did very well. It was a lot of fun, and if you'd like to get tickets, I suggest you get them soon. That will start at 7 p.m. And then on September 27th at 8 a.m., we will be hosting the third annual Suffolk Peanut Fest Golf Tournament. That's a Sleepy Hole Golf Course and raises funds for the Tunnel to Towers organization, supporting 9/11 heroes, and also the Freedom Flag organization. September 27th, we're going to have a Friday night concert at our downtown festival park. We're going to have the original rondelles from 6 to 9:30. And then Bridgeport continues their concert series from 6 to 9, and that performer will be the Brass Wind Band. And of course, we're taking advantage of all of our Saturdays and Friday nights with more fun stuff. The Purple Piano, featuring the world's leading Prince tribute artist, will be on stage at 8 p.m. at the Suffolk Center for Cultural Arts. So this is straight from Las Vegas. It's Prince and a piano, or as close as you're going to get to Prince and a piano. And tickets are on sale now, so I suggest you go to suffolkcenter.org to purchase yours before they're gone. September 28th from 10 to 12:30, there will be 2 seatings for an American Girl program featuring the character Kirsten Larson at Riddick's Folly House Museum. It is free and open to the public, but you must register for which seating you would like, as there are limited seats. On September 29th at 8 a.m., we'll have the 16th annual Mutt Strut Festival at Bennett's Creek Park. So by all means, bring your pets out to Bennett's Creek, and you'll get to socialize with other animal lovers and various vendors and raise money for the Humane Society. October 3rd, we will have the Suffolk Peanut Fest Queen's Banquet and Fashion Show at the Hilton Garden Inn, Suffolk Riverfront. You must purchase your tickets in advance. They're $35 each, and you can get more information about that at suffolkpeanutfest.com. On October 5th, that's a Saturday, and we're going to have the Suffolk Peanut Fest Parade through downtown at 10 a.m. And then you can stick around downtown, have lunch, and then come back at noon and stay till 7 at the Downtown Festival Park, where Parks and Recreation will be having putt-putt. And I know I'm going further into October, and I promise you I'll be back to give you all the details about Peanut Fest. But right now you can just mark your calendars for the 10th through the 13th of October for the 46th annual Suffolk Peanut Fest. I promise there will be 4 days of fabulous fun. And then if you like scary movies, Suffolk Tourism presents a horror movie series every year. And this year on October 11th, we're showing The Conjuring. On October 18th, we're showing Daughter, and the 25th, we're showing The Offering. They're all terrifying. They're all $3 a piece, and at the Suffolk Center for Cultural Arts. October 19th at 2 p.m., the Hurrah Players will present Cinderella at the Suffolk Center. As you may know, all the Hurrah Players shows do sell out, so I suggest if you want to go, to get your tickets now. On the 19th, we're going to have Saturday Cinema yet again, but this time it's going to be at Bennett's Creek Park, and they're showing The Nightmare Before Christmas. October 19th and 20th will be the 31st annual Driver Days Fall Festival. And then again on the 25th, we're going to have yet another Bridgeport concert. This time it'll be the Lions Bridge Band. And then there'll be another Friday night concert at Downtown Festival Park featuring Slap Nation. And again, all these are free and open to the public. October 26th through December 6th, the Suffolk Art League will host their annual juried exhibition at the Art Gallery. And then October 26th, 6 to 8, there will be Fright Night, where Parks and Rec sets up Creekside Recreation Center, Miltia Recreation Center, and East Suffolk Recreation Center as a wonderful Halloween haunted house event for kids of all ages. I personally have been a few times, and it's lots of fun. On October 7th or 27th, from 9:30 to noon, we will be hosting our kayak excursion at Bennett's Creek Park. You need to register via the Suffolk Visitor Center and provide your own transportation to Bennett's Creek, but we will provide all of the equipment necessary. Here's your sneak peek, because I was told I was going to keep this to as early fall as possible. So November 9th, we're going to be hosting the Salute to Service 5K and 1 mile run. That is presented by Tidewater Striders and the City of Suffolk, and that's going to begin and end at Downtown Festival Park. November 10th through the 17th, we're bringing back Suffolk Restaurant Week after a brief hiatus, and that will be citywide eateries. December 7th and 8th, we are working with a very active group of downtown homeowners and business owners and the Historical Society ready to prepare a historic holiday tour that will include churches, businesses, historic homes, lots of decor, live music, and that will be for 2 afternoons in December. And probably my favorite so far, in December, we are bringing ice skating to the Downtown Festival Park. That's presented by Glow Fiber, and there'll be more details to come on that, but you can start practicing now, just so you know you're going to not embarrass yourself when you're out there. I've also brought to you a sampling of Suffolk Public Library fall events and classes. September 3rd, they're going to start their classes, Little Detectives, Discover Your World. This is ideal for ages 2 to 5 at the North Suffolk Library. September 3rd, you can also go to Razzle Dazzle, Making a Charcuterie Box. You can learn how to plan your next best party at the North Suffolk Library. And then, of course, on the 7th, we have the Paper Craft Studio. Learn how to make lotus paper flowers at Morgan Memorial. And then on the 1st, we have Art from Computer Parts. And this is more for middle school age kids, where they're going to take excess computer parts and turn them into a work of art. That's at Morgan Memorial Library. And then on the 5th, from 2 to 4, you can meet everybody at the Chuckatuck Library with your dog, a blanket, and a picnic, and have just a fun social hour with Man's Best Friend. November 2nd, Brews and Balloons. That's coffee, not beer. That's at Knott's Coffee, and you'll learn to make balloon crafts and see all kinds of fun stuff, and plus grab a good cup of coffee. November 16th from 2 to 3, they're featuring a class called Charmed Life, Custom Jewelry Boutique at Morgan Memorial, and you can make friendship bracelets and things like that. You may have seen a lot of friendship bracelets going around these days. I think this would be a perfect time to grab your favorite little people to go make some fun jewelry. Now, this is just a sampling of the library events. They have a very robust calendar of events and classes, and they have a YouTube channel where they offer a variety of classes and interactive kits that you can go and get from the library at no cost, and then take them home and use your YouTube connection to learn how to work, whether it's art or anime or some kind of other wonderful creation. And of course, social media, you can find the Suffolk Public Library at both Instagram and Facebook, and at suffolkpubliclibrary.com. With all of the Suffolk Public Library's events, they are free and open to the public. And that is the conclusion of my presentation, which I know I said very, very quickly. This is us bragging on all of our websites so that you know where to find something to do, where to do it, and when to do it at the 3 of our various locations. And we have so much more in store for you after I come back for Peanut Fest to tell you all about it. This is really just a drop in the bucket. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Earls. Council, questions or comments? All quiet this evening. The only thing I'm going to say, I don't want to hear anybody say we don't have anything to do in Suffolk, because it's just amazing what you do with the rest of the staff putting these programs together. I mean, really, there's a little bit of everything for everybody, regardless of how young you are, how old you are, whether you live on the south end, the north end, the east end. You know, we've got something out there. So thank you for everything that you do and everybody else.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move, at this time, we'll consider the removal of items from the consent agenda and adoption of the entire agenda as presented. Removal of any item from the consent agenda would only be necessary if any member of City Council wishes to vote on a specific item separately, and a motion would be required. Questions and requests for information on specific agenda items can be addressed during the consideration of the consent agenda, which would be after the agenda speakers. Additionally, City Manager Moore has information regarding public hearing, item number 13. Mr. Manager, would please provide City Council with an overview.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Item 13 is an ordinance to grant a conditional use permit to establish solar energy facilities use on properties located at 1380, 1390, 1398, and 1400 White Marsh Road. Zoning map 35, parcels 172, 172A, and 172B, and zoning map 45, parcel 49D. Account number 0509244000, 0526060000, 0534575000, and 0534576000, conditional use permit 24-06. The Planning Commission, at their meeting yesterday on August 20th, did not act on this item. So at this time, I would ask City Council's consideration of a motion to remove item 13 from this evening's agenda and to adopt the remainder of the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just for clarity, anyone who is in attendance tonight regarding public hearing item number 13, please note that the city manager has advised that the applicant has requested City Council continue consideration of this item to the November 20th, 24 City Council meeting. Therefore, a motion to amend the agenda to defer consideration of public hearing item number 13 to November 20th, 24. What happened?
Actually, it cannot be deferred because it's not properly before City Council, so it is just merely to remove it from tonight's agenda.
To when?
Just remove it from tonight.
Just remove it. Okay. That would be amended as requested that we remove that item. Therefore, a motion to amend the agenda to defer consideration would still be correct. Public hearing item number 13, no date. City Council meeting and to adopt the remainder of the agenda as presented would be appropriate at this time. Councilman Fawcett.
I move to approve that as.
Got a motion for approval from Councilman Fawcett. Councilman Williams.
Second that, Mayor.
Second from Councilman Williams. Do we have any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 7-0.
At this time, I will ask Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers at this time? Agenda speakers, and if so, explain the guidelines.
We have no agenda speakers at this time, Mayor Duman.
With that being said, please present the items for consideration.
Consent agenda item number 7, an ordinance to accept and appropriate funds from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services for the Suffolk Victim Witness Assistance Program. Consent agenda item number 8, an ordinance to accept and appropriate funds from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services for the 5th Judicial District Community Corrections Program. Consent agenda item number 9, an ordinance to accept and appropriate funds from the OBC Healthcare Foundation for the City of Suffolk Department of Parks and Recreation. Consent agenda item number 10, a resolution to endorse project application under the Railroad Crossing Elimination Grant Program. Consent agenda item number 11, a resolution adopting the amended and restated City of Suffolk 457B plan, establishing an investment committee and authorizing the city manager to execute the plan and trust documents. And consent agenda item number 12, a resolution authorizing the filing of a Federal Aviation Administration grant application and authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement for Airport Improvement Program Project 3-51-0050-003-2024.
Mr. Manager, would you please provide an overview of the items?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Item 7, the city has received funding in the amount of $404,424 from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services in support of the Suffolk Victim Witness Assistance Program. Adoption of the ordinance will increase the revenues and expenditures of the FY 2024-2025 Consolidated Grants Fund budget by the $404,424. There is a local match of $185,492, which is available within the Consolidated Grants Fund budget. In regards to item 8, the city has received funding in the amount of $271,078 from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services and anticipates $88,232 from the city of Franklin and counties of Isle of Wight and Southampton for the 5th Judicial District Community Corrections Program. In addition, the Community Correction Program estimates they will collect $30,000 in supervision fees from defendants placed on probation. Adoption of the ordinance will increase the revenues and expenditures of the FY 24-25 Consolidated Grants Fund budget by the $389,310. There is a local match of $110,594 that is available within the Consolidated Grants Fund budget. In regards to item 9, the city has received $25,000 in funding from the OBC Healthcare Foundation in support of the Constance North Park construction. Adoption of the ordinance will increase the revenues and expenditures of the capital project fund budget by the $25,000. There is no local match. In regards to item 10 is a resolution endorse the project application submission to the Federal Railroad Administration for the Railroad Crossing Elimination Grant Program. The project will study alternatives for the elimination of grade crossing conflicts at 6 crossings within the downtown area: Welland Street, Saratoga Street, Commerce Street, East Washington Street, Liberty Street, and Capitol Street. The grant is in excess of $3.5 million and requires a 20% match. The Commonwealth has agreed to fund half of the 20% match, leaving the city with a match of $351,000. Again, this is to endorse the application at this time. In regards to item 11 is a resolution to adopt the amended and restated City of Suffolk 457B plan, establish an investment committee, and authorize the city manager to execute the plan and trust documents. The 457B plan is a deferred compensation plan that the city has provided as benefit to employees since 1984. City employees at their own choosing may participate in the plan by deferring a portion of their compensation into the plan until retirement, death, or severance from the city. Lincoln Retirement Services Company, LLC, will manage the plan for the city. In regards to item 12, is a resolution endorse the filing of a grant application to the Federal Aviation Administration and to authorize the city manager to execute a grant agreement for $166,500 to conduct a drainage study at the Suffolk Executive Airport. And that, again, is a grant application endorsement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. If there are no questions about the items, a motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda as presented. What is the pleasure of council? Councilman Fawcett.
Move to approve.
Got a motion for approval from Councilman Fawcett. Councilman Williams.
Second it, Mayor.
Second from Councilman Williams. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 7-0.
As stated earlier, item number 13 has been continued to November 20th. No, has been removed. Not been removed to a later date, yet to be determined. Our next public hearing is an ordinance to grant a conditional use permit to establish a machine shop use on property located at 1617 Freeman Mill Road, zoning map 63, parcel 54A. This is account number 103463000, CUP 2024-011. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Director of Planning and Community Development, Kevin Wine, will do the staff report. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, as stated, this is a conditional use permit request for a machine shop use at 1617 Freeman Mill Road. The property is located outside of the growth area, and it's designated for use as our rural agricultural use district. No, this is the, there we go. You have the property here. Like I said, this is located at 1617 Freeman Mill Road. The property is zoned agricultural, and it consists of approximately 2.3 acres. The surrounding properties consist of primarily residential dwellings and other agricultural lands zoned agricultural as well. So the applicant in this case is proposing to establish a machine shop on the property located here on Freeman Mill Road, named Aerial Services. It's a home-based retail internet catalog mail order business. The approximately 6,300 square foot metal utility building located to the rear of the property would be utilized for the machine shop use as proposed. As outlined within the submitted application, aircraft parts will be disassembled, inspected, and at times cleaned for return to service. Engine, airframe, and propeller parts needing repairs are delivered or shipped to subcontractors for welding or machining or recertification use. Used aircraft will be stored and disassembled within the building, and all work and storage will be contained within the building on the property. The hours of operation as proposed by the applicant would be between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sundays. Like I said, the operation is an internet-based business where parts are shipped or delivered to customers. Customers will not be visiting the property, and they will not drop off or pick up parts from the site. Commercial trucks will not be used for pickup or delivery of aircraft parts at this location, and packaged parts are delivered to various shippers or customers, and purchase of additional aircraft parts or inventory will be picked up by the applicants in their vehicles or trailers. So in evaluation of this request, staff believes that with it being confined to the on-site building completely within closed doors, it can operate compatibly with the existing agricultural uses within the district. That concludes staff's report. I did want to make you aware, this is slightly outdated, but the Planning Commission at their meeting yesterday, by a vote of 8-0, are recommending this application for approval to you all with staff's conditions as outlined in our report. That concludes my presentation on this item. I'll be happy to stand by at the conclusion of the public hearing for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, will you please explain the timing system?
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address. We will have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address, and that is to speak in favor of this ordinance.
My name is Mary Catherine Stevens. My husband Raymond and I live at 1617 Freeman Mill Road. We thank the planning staff for their help with this application and Suffolk City Council for considering this conditional use permit. My father-in-law, Alston Stevens, was a career naval crew chief. After retiring from the Navy, he became the airport manager at South Norfolk Airport in Chesapeake from 1970 to 1985. He also operated aerial services banner towing at South Norfolk Airport beginning in 1971. When the airport closed, he and his sons created a banner towing base at Virginia Beach's Pungo Airport and rented hangar space at Hampton Roads Executive Airport. Alston died in 2019. Ray and I operated the banner towing business until early 2022. Once Alston died, we inherited a vast inventory of aircraft parts that were stored in several locations in Hampton Roads vicinity. During the estate settlement, we decided to transition from banner towing to used aircraft part sales. We searched for a location to build a building to accommodate all the aircraft parts from the estate and from the parts that his brother accumulated through the years. We investigated Franklin, Hampton Roads, Chesapeake Municipal, Grasso Field, Currituck County, and Suffolk airports. No opportunities for building were available. Ray was a lifelong Norfolk resident. We decided to move to Suffolk, build our home, and consolidate our business at this location. This was a big transition after 34 years of operating aerial service banner towing. May of 2021, we purchased 2.37 acres in Suffolk. I worked with the builder to acquire all permits for home and detached garage construction. Once the house construction was nearly complete, we researched and contracted to have a 6,300 square foot metal building constructed for the aircraft ports. Before ordering the building in the spring of 2022, I obtained permits for its construction in Suffolk. Once we moved to our new home during the summer of 2022, I applied for and obtained internet-based aircraft parts sales business license with Suffolk. I didn't know we needed a conditional use permit prior to the construction of this building. During the CUP process, we've learned about the neighbors' concerns: traffic, signage, property values, noise, and building size. Additional traffic concern: increased Freeman Mill Road traffic. We work from home, don't make any daily commutes to a workplace, as our adjoining neighbors. Our business reduces traffic usage on Freeman Mill Road since we are a home-based business. Ray or I take all parts to the shipper and do not engage in parcel pickup services at our address. There is personal delivery truck traffic from Amazon, UPS, and FedEx, just like all adjoining neighbors. We do have a dumpster that is scheduled for emptying monthly. In the past 8 months, we've had 6 pickups. When rain is heavy or the dumpster isn't full, the pickup is canceled, minimizing Freeman Mill Road and shared driveway traffic. Property values and signage concerns. We have an $800,000 investment in our home, garage, and building. We are concerned about our property value and our neighbors. The 4 properties along the shared driveway have a lower elevation than the farm fields bordering our properties. During heavy rains, water drains from the field onto the neighboring properties. When we constructed our building, we dug a pond to accommodate the runoff from the farm field and the building downspouts, which drain directly into the pond, to help keep this area drier for all neighbors. We are invested in maintaining and increasing its value and the value of neighboring properties. Our vehicles and trailer are stored outside the building. Aircraft disassembly work takes place inside the building, as stated in our application. We have no need for signage, as we are an internet-based business that delivers parts to the shipper and local customers. We did place a help wanted sign in our neighbor's property for a short while. We had a boundary survey completed. It indicated that the neighbor's fence was on our property. When our neighbor saw the surveying stake, the fence was taken down. We then installed poles and line on the property line so that we wouldn't drive on their property when backing up or turning around vehicles or trailers. Our neighbor then planted a line of shrubs near the property line in their front yard. This suggested that they didn't like the view of the pad in front of the building and the driveway. So we obtained a permit prior to the installation of a 62-foot-long privacy fence to obstruct the neighbor's view of the dumpster and our vehicles. We continue to address any concerns communicated to us by our neighbors. Building size and noise concerns. We chose to live and work in an agricultural district. While driving home, I looked at the structures along the road. Seahorse runs, boards horses on Whaleyville Boulevard, and has several large structures. One is 20,000 square feet. On Freeman Mill Road, there are many outbuildings and shipboard containers in people's yards. This is what I'd expect in the country. Regarding noise from our forklift, the neighbor's trail bike, riding lawnmowers, 4x4 trucks, gunshots, and farmer equipment are louder than our forklift. From inside our house, next to the building, which is fully insulated, I don't hear any tool or forklift operation from inside the building. In my office next to the driveway, I can hear the forklift beep when backing up. It appears that large agricultural buildings and occasional loud noises typify country living in Suffolk. It is our belief that Aerial Services benefits the Suffolk community by the employment of a part-time resident, Jack Hall. This business supports the agricultural sector of our community by being a source for used aircraft parts for crop dusting and aerial planting operations. We sell parts locally, nationally, and internationally. Issuance of this conditional use permit shows our customers that Suffolk is a welcoming business and agricultural community. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our conditional use permit application. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth R. Carpenter. I live at 2609 Robin Hood Trail in Suffolk. It's in the driver area. I'm here in favor of this use permit. Ray has been a friend, and he has assisted me through the years. In 2000, I became a private pilot. And the year that the tornado came through, I took up Linda Johnson, who was the mayor at the time, and Leroy Bennett. We viewed the whole strip of that tornado. But what Ray has done, he's helped me through the years keeping up my plane, and he's been a good friend. I also did the survey for their property, the site plan, and unfortunately, the people have problems with property lines, and I've found that it's not the property lines that they're having problems with. It's usually some kind of beef they have between one another. And so unfortunately, I think that has caused some problems. So anyway, I am in favor of it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. We got a couple minutes left.
Council, thank you. My name's James Bird. I'm a resident of Suffolk at 1289 Loomis Road, a beautiful place to live. We've been here for 4 years. At the pleasure of the City Council, we were approved to operate Courtesy Flight School at the airport. We've received excellent support from the airport staff. I would also say the Stevens family, the entire Stevens family is known locally, regionally, and internationally in the parts market. They help us find things that are expensive and hard to find and at a little better price. And I'll just be brief. They're good people. They pay their bills, and I think they listen to their neighbors, and I think it's a win-win. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in favor? We got about a minute and a half.
Good evening. My name is Ed Smith. My wife Janie is with me. We are residents in Suffolk at 1007 Deal Trail. And we have known Raymond and Mary Catherine Raymond especially, for 45 years. You heard speaking about Mr. Stevens. I remember him very well, Raymond's father. He is a fully blooded aviation guy. Raymond and his other 4 brothers are all aviation related. One is a professional pilot. And we have been pilots since 1979. Raymond has been a real asset for the flying community. Airplane parts can become expensive. The used market in serviceable parts is a good business, and Raymond does a very good job with it. People think that airplanes are for rich people, but a lot of these airplanes that he's selling parts for probably don't cost as much as a used car. So it's a hobby, and it's a hobby that a lot of us enjoy. It's very fulfilling, and I recommend that you approve Raymond's request for his shop. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that concludes our time for the proponents. We'll now move to our 15 minutes allotted for opposition. Do we have anyone present who would like to speak in opposition?
Yes, sir. My name is Betsy Newman, and I live on Freeman Mill Road. And I'm not here to do a character analysis. I love my community. I love Whaleyville. And most people that live there buy there to be in the country. That's what they want for their life. They build their forever homes, and they're happy. I don't want to think that one day I may wake up and somebody has put a warehouse 300 foot from my property line. That's not right. It is agricultural. And once you start breaking that down, then anybody and everybody can come in and do the same thing. I have nothing against the Stevens. I have nothing against them having a business. But I do say, when you're on a driveway that belongs to 3 other people, and they have children, and you heard about the drainage problem, and they have a pond in front of the house, which is fine, but has no fence around it. What about the children? You know, we are a family community. We are not a business community. When you let that happen to 1-2 acres, then you open it up to happen to another 10 or 22 acres. And in order to stay agricultural, there has to be a cutoff. You know, when I wake up in the morning, I look at the sun's coming up over the trees. It's beautiful. Unfortunately, I think their neighbor wakes up and looks at it and she sees a warehouse. It's 6,300 square foot, almost 2 stories tall. That's a big building to be on 2.37 acres, plus a home. And I'm against changing the zoning and just letting people come in and do what they want to. I would like to keep the community the same, agricultural and peaceful. And I'm not saying that they cause a lot of racket or noise. I don't know. She says it's insulated. I have no reason not to believe that. But a machine shop makes noise. And I'm against that for my community and for the Whaleyville borough. And I think if you're going to zone it agricultural, that's what it should be. Who's to say somebody else won't come out? And they'll have an online business, no trucks, no traffic, but they're going to build a big warehouse beside your home. I don't know of anybody up here that would like to live beside a warehouse. So, you know, I don't have anything against these people, but I do love my community. And I felt it important for me to voice that to you. And thank you all.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Have a next speaker to speak in opposition.
Hi, my name is Joy White. I live at 5067 Mineral Spring Road. When they say they want a machine shop to be carried in that building, that's just ridiculous. Like Ms. Newman was talking about, once you zone it for a machine shop and not agriculture anymore, every little body is going to come in there and start. How many other machine shops are going to come in there? And I understand that airplane parts are very important. My cousin built his own airplane, so I understand all of that. But to have a big building like that, a machine shop, that's what gets me. And I live right down the street. I ride my horse by there not every day, but a lot. The road, Freeman Mill, has a bridge on there that can't hardly even stand up to the traffic now. What else is going to come out there if this is approved? That's my biggest point. I don't want a machine shop out there. I want it to stay agricultural. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next speaker to speak in opposition. Do we have anyone else present who would like to speak in opposition to this ordinance? Hearing none, we do have a 5-minute rebuttal period if you'd like to respond to the opposition.
One of the things that was mentioned just now was asking if we would put a fence around the pond. What's interesting is I do know where this neighbor lives, and this neighbor has 2 next-door neighbors that also have ponds in their yards, and they don't have fences around them. When you go down Freeman Mill Road, you can see other ponds in people's yards. There are 2 large farm ponds in the field that's behind our property, and there's no fence around it. If she's concerned about the neighbors that need swimming lessons, I'm a swimming instructor. I'm more than happy to teach them how to swim if that's what the situation is. As far as the size of the building is concerned, it's no bigger than any other agricultural buildings that have been built in the area. As a matter of fact, it dwarfs some other agricultural buildings. What we have applied for is a conditional use permit. That would be only for what we're doing. If nobody else puts in a machine shop for aviation parts, then that conditional use permit, my understanding is it goes away. And that building could quite easily be used for boarding horses, for putting farm equipment in, for somebody to put their car collection in. There are a lot of other uses that could happen for that building. So in no way do I think it's out of place. As a matter of fact, she's talking about the size of the building compared to our lot. We were actually approved to be able to build a building that was twice the size of the building that we built. The size of our lot, we could actually build a 12,000 square foot building. So I don't see where this is an actual concern. We really don't make any noise. There's more noise from our neighbors' dogs, from the 4x4s that people run up and down the road, from the dirt bikes, from the people shooting guns that are just out in the backyard or across the street from us. So I don't really see where there's any noise situation. The neighbors really can't even hear the forklift, and as I said, the building is fully insulated, so you really can't hear any noise. I do understand what they're saying when they say that they don't want it opened up to other people because they don't want it to have other machine shops or other things. We are a quiet business. We don't do anything outside of our building. When you go down, for instance, Whaleyville Road, or even down our driveway, you can see people that have abandoned cars in their yards. There are cargo boxes in their yards. If you drive by our yard, you don't see any of that. We have a very well, respectable, very neat-looking place. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone else like to speak during the rebuttal period? We've got about 2 minutes left in rebuttal.
Council, I'd politely suggest that I don't know of a farmer that doesn't have a machine shop in their backyard. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in rebuttal?
Yeah, talking about a machine shop for a farmer is a lot different than a huge commercial machine shop like they're talking about.
Ma'am, this is the rebuttal period, unfortunately.
Well, I'm rebutting what they're saying.
No, you can't.
I'm exactly rebutting what they're saying.
We don't have a rebuttal to the rebuttal period, so.
Because that's just ridiculous, and you know that.
But we do have 1:45 left during the rebuttal period. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak during the rebuttal period? Hearing no additional speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Council, an ordinance has been presented for your consideration. Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Stevens, could you come back up, please? Can you tell me how long have that building been in existence?
Yes, the building construction it's been up for about a year and a half.
About a year and a half now. And the business, the aviation parts business, and machine shop, you've been operating that up until now?
Yes.
How long have you been operating?
Basically, we've been selling used aircraft parts since we moved into the facility, our home, in August of 2022. So it's been 2 years from this month when we moved in. And at the time we moved in, all of the aircraft parts were housed at either the airport at Hampton Roads, or there were 4 tractor trailers that we had that were out in Pungo that had aircraft parts in them. And so it wasn't until after the building construction was complete, which was in January of 2023, that we started moving the aircraft parts into the building.
All right. So there's no additional traffic?
None.
And I know that you said that when you have an order for parts, you actually take them somewhere else?
Yes.
You or your husband?
Yes,
Is that what?
that's correct.
Okay. Other than UPS, FedEx, There is no other
No.
traffic?
No. Matter of fact, sometimes if there's somebody that comes from out of town, we will take the part and meet them at Suffolk Airport to give it to them so that they don't have to come to the building or down the road. Because we really are trying to be mindful of the traffic on the shared driveway. We ourselves have invested over $4,000 in maintenance of that road that the other people that live on the shared driveway have not given us any money towards that. So we are very concerned about trying to minimize traffic on that road because we haven't had cooperation to have people reimburse us for the amount of money that we've spent to get that road so that it's not going up and down all the time.
So it's a shared driveway. How many families are back there?
4.
4. And out of the 4, you have one family that's in opposition of the business?
Yes.
What about the other 2? Have you talked to them? Or?
Well, the other family that's on the one side of us where the bushes they put up, they asked my husband questions, which he answered, and so we haven't heard anything else. The other person that lives farther down the road, we don't have his phone number. He doesn't give it to us. We don't talk to him. We don't really, have any communication with him at all. He just really keeps to himself.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mayor, I move to approve.
Can we get a motion for approval from Councilman Williams? Do I hear a second? Vice Mayor Ward?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor Ward. Any additional comments? Councilman Fawcett?
Just want to say to Ms. Stevens, you've come up and given us quite an outline of this whole project. You were very comprehensive in giving us the outline, and I want to tell you I appreciate it because you really detailed it out very, very well. So I applaud you for putting all that together, and thank you very much for coming up and speaking. It sure gives us a little more to work with when we hear from you and how that all is kind of working out there. And just, I'll make a note that I love flying, and I do fly some, so I understand the concept, believe me. So I want to thank you again.
Councilman Johnson?
And Ms. Stevens, speaking from a rural community, and I'm in a rural community as well, I applaud you for what you're doing. This is a home-based business. You've kept it very rural. I really, truly don't see that there's a problem with it, as long as you respect your neighbors, look after your neighbors, and you obviously respect the land. And the conditional use permit is exactly what you said it was. It's for you to use under the conditions implied. So and when that goes away, then things change. But for that perspective, I applaud what you're doing, and I think this is the right thing to do, so I agree.
Councilman Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Machine shops is one thing I do know a lot about. And when we had our machine shop out there on Loomis Road, we had, literally ginormous machines in there. We had lathes with 48-inch chucks and 65-inch long beds in them, 5-inch vertical board mills, 5-inch horizontal board mills, CNC equipment, basically the whole 9 yards. And when you walked out of our building into the parking lot, even in the summertime with all the doors open, you could barely hear anything that was actually happening inside that building. So I don't disagree with her assertion that she's probably not generating any noise at all, particularly if her building is insulated. And didn't you tell me you don't actually do a lot of the machining in there? You send your parts out to another facility to have them actually machined?
That is correct. We take parts to Aerodyne, and they do inspections on them. We take parts to Dennis Hilton, and he does our welding on the parts. Primarily, all we're doing is disassembling airplanes in that building and storing the parts. And the reason that it's designated as a machine shop, quite honestly, is that's the only thing that the city could come up with as to how they could categorize our business, because there isn't anything else that is more descriptive.
All right, thank you. And Kevin, I'm assuming that to be, because I remember when we applied for our conditional use permit for our machine shop, it's really sort of I don't know, somewhat of a vague area in the code because we just don't have a lot of them. Is that correct? All right, thank you.
And just to speak again, we're the only facility probably, there's only one other place on the whole East Coast of the United States that does what we do. And that's Kurt Grasso, who used to have Grasso Airstrip, and he moved to New Jersey. There isn't anybody else on the East Coast that does this. There's a place in Colorado, there's one out on the West Coast, there's a place in Texas, but there are just so few places that will disassemble airplanes and sell the parts. And it's keeping a dying fleet of airplanes in the air, because primarily what has happened is so many of the airplane companies have gone out of business and they don't produce parts anymore. And literally the only way that aircraft owners can get parts is if there's somebody like my husband that buys and cleans out hangars, buys used aircraft, something that's been in a wreck, and takes the parts apart, planes apart, and then sells them. Okay.
Council, any other questions or comments? Before we vote, and we do have a motion on the floor for approval from Councilman Williams, which was seconded by Vice Mayor Ward. It was mentioned a few times that there is some concern once this property is rezoned. It's not going to be rezoned. It will stay agricultural. A conditional use permit does not require rezoning. This is something that is allowed with a permit, but the zoning doesn't change, so it doesn't open it up to anybody else to do anything else. And in addition, the conditional use permit, by its nature, is we can rescind that if there's a violation of anything that has been proposed. So in the event that it's excessively noise, which we have a noise ordinance, in the event that they do not adhere to what's been presented, they will have an opportunity to rectify that situation. And if not, the conditional use permit will be rescinded. So there are a lot of protections. I don't want you to think for a minute just because we're doing this, we're going to open it up to the world. It is going to stay agriculture, and if that conditional use permit goes away, you've got I think you got 3 years for somebody else to pick it up for the exact same use under the exact same conditions. And if not, then it reverts back to agriculture, and there's nothing allowed without another conditional use permit. So I do want you to have that peace of mind. It's not exactly, what you think it is. So there will be some recourse, and you're very welcome. Okay, with that being said, we do have a motion on the floor for approval from Councilman Williams, seconded by Vice Mayor Ward. If there are no other discussion, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 7-0.
Our next public hearing is a resolution to amend the comprehensive plan for 2035 and adopt Suffolk 2045, the City of Suffolk Comprehensive Plan, as the City of Suffolk's comprehensive plan. It's a lot of comprehensive plans. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview of the item.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. The Department of Planning and Community Development's Principal Planner, Keith Kennedy, will provide the staff report. Keith?
Good evening, Mayor Duman, members of City Council. As stated by the City Manager, this is a public hearing for the City Council to consider approval of the update of Suffolk's comprehensive plan, known as Suffolk 2045. We will be making a summary type presentation this evening for both the benefit of City Council and the general public. This presentation is similar to the one presented to our last briefing to City Council, with some updates of events that have occurred since that time. Again, joining me today will be members of other city staff, a number of other city staff who've been very instrumental in the development of the plan and have expertise in some of the particular subjects that we'll cover. We will stand by after the presentation and the public hearing to address any questions or make any final remarks as needed. So again, what we think is helpful to do, just given the scope of this project and the level of effort that has gone into it, is to set the stage a little bit about what we've been doing along the way and the general purpose of this project and undertaking. So about a 2.5 year process a significant commitment, as you all well know, of resources and time, really across the community in a lot of ways. A step-by-step process that has a true beginning, middle, and end, leading up to the point where we are this evening, with community engagement really occurring throughout the process and designed around the particular step that you're in the process. So an iterative process designed to get you to a point where you've developed a general recommendation for the development and future of the city. So that's where we've arrived this evening. Again, by the way of setting the stage a little bit, I want to start out by talking about the state code requirements and some of the basic guiding principles that we followed to develop this plan. So I'll talk about that in the beginning. We also want to reference back to the joint session between the Planning Commission and City Council on May 1st, which was a source of really the major changes that have been made to this plan, that the draft was actually made available back in February. So I want to touch on some of the key changes that have been made since then. And again, because this is an update, we want to do kind of a side-by-side comparison with 2035. What's new? Why is it important? What's compelling about adopting this plan right now, as well as what we have been building on from prior updates? This is actually the fourth plan in a series, and I think you can see that as we go through the details of the plan. And finally, we want to talk about moving forward with the implementation of this plan. This is really what this is all about, and getting to work on the things that we think are important and are prioritized in this plan and in the recommendations. So when you look at, again, looking at the beginning, when you look at the state code requirements that we're operating under, again, this is the guidelines for all cities, counties, and towns in Virginia. The idea is to develop a general plan for the future growth of the physical development of the city, coordinate that development with the services that are required to support it. So that's been our focus from the very beginning, again, like the other plans that have been in this series dating back 25 years or so. Very general in nature, looking at how we're going to grow based on recent changes that we've seen going forward. The current plan, as I mentioned, the 2035 plan was adopted in April 2015, a little over 9 years ago. So again, a good time. A lot has changed in those 9 years. A good time to take a look at what's new and what we need to consider in going forward. Very beneficial, I think, for Suffolk to have been doing this basic growth strategy for about 25 years. So you've developed a really solid group of guiding values that we use as a benchmark as we develop this plan and implement it. Those really haven't changed over this 25-year period. They're included in this document, so they're probably very familiar to you and other folks in the community. These are the things, the values, the things that are important as we go through this process, and we check back on these to make sure that our recommendations consider these key values. Protecting the character and quality of places that are currently in the city, understanding the relationship between transportation and land use and growth, supporting the economic development opportunities that the city finds itself considering at any given point in time. Again, particularly important perhaps with this update, given the prices of housing that everyone is talking about and having to deal with. We want to be mindful of providing a diverse mix of housing stock in the city going forward. We've got a beautiful array of natural, cultural, and historic resources, assets in the city. Very important to keep those performing like they have been in the past. They're often the reason why this area is so attractive. Again, coordinate the land use, often the private side, with the public side, the services and the facilities that are needed to be built and maintained to keep that growth going. Preserving the agricultural heritage of the city. We found that that's a particularly important issue in this update, so we've got some specific recommendations in that area, frankly, for the first time in this version of the plan. And realizing that we are part of a bigger region, particularly in the context of issues like transportation and economic development. So those are the guiding values that the city has relied on and continues to drive this plan update. So I mentioned we want to reference back to that joint work session and some of the comments that we received from the council and the planning commission and some of the changes that we've made and highlight those because they are important to the final set of recommendations that we are carrying forward. We've divided them up into the 4 key areas that you see on this slide. We've continued to revise the growth area boundaries. So I want to talk about that history and be really clear about what we're currently recommending. Good conversation around our recommendation to update the village area plans, something that we see a lot of support for in the community. Some specific questions about the Suffolk Peninsula that we have addressed in these recommendations that you'll see in the final document. Some good conversation around, again, a new recommendation that we're including around recognizing the complexities of transportation in Suffolk, the likely continuation of that issue in a suburbanizing and growing community. So for the first time, we're recommending the development of a more detailed plan around transportation. We were asked to develop some details around what that recommendation involves, so we'll share that with you as well. And finally, a fair amount of conversation around this new land use category that we call employment center. So we want to unpack that a little bit in this presentation, talk a little bit about what that means for existing developments in the city, as well as what that means for a key recommendation that we're making in the future land use plan. So again, starting with the sort of the history of the growth area boundary recommendations. This was the first proposal that we published back in February. But there was even an earlier map, as you all might recall, where we identified, first of all, that we would be thinking about the need to expand the growth area boundaries in the city and put some concepts on a map to begin to get feedback fairly early on. So the first map identified 5 different options, A through E, and they are shown on this graph. Again, just to remind you of what was originally proposed. We came back a few months later with this draft here. We were down to 3 options at this point in May. Area A, which connected the 2 growth areas. Area B, which went out the 460 corridor to the Isle of Wight County line. And Area C, a very small section that simply recognized an area in the city that was already developed. So what we heard at that meeting was to consider a further reduction of the growth area boundary. So that's what this map shows you, and this is the final recommendation that you all will be considering this evening. We actually reduced the corridor expansion out 460 in this document. So what that leaves us with, one way to think about it, particularly in comparison to earlier changes that were made in earlier plans, this is about a 5,900 acre expansion, or about 12.5% of the entire growth area boundary. The previous expansion was about 2,300 acres, or about 5%, so quite a bit smaller. The original expansion in 2006 was 5,600 acres, at that time about a 14% expansion. So again, the idea was to set this in the context of earlier growth area expansions considered by council, and I think you'll see it's comparable, particularly to that first one, about the same number of acres, a little bit smaller in terms of the total percentage. So overall, the growth area has been decreased from that February recommendation by about 46%. So again, a few numbers to help set this into context for you. and what we're currently recommending. The second issue was to further refine this recommendation around our recommendation to update the village plans. This is the map in the plan which identifies those historic villages, most of which already have an initiative plan in place. They're oftentimes dated and need to be updated, so we recommended that we do that in this plan as a priority. We actually have funding available to begin this work fairly soon. So we added this language that we believe clarifies this question about the change in commercial development that we're finding in today's market versus what was there when these villages were originally developed. And this is an important planning issue. We wanted to make sure that this was identified and would be considered within the scope of these plan updates. So this is new language that you'll find on page 67. Again, this has been in the plan recommendation for a while, but addresses this concern about today's larger footprint, perhaps more traffic generating types of commercial. Are they going to be appropriate in historic villages? Let's make that part of that planning process and involve the stakeholders that are involved and consider that when we do those updates. So that was an important change. The third issue, as I mentioned, was around our recommendation for preparation of a transportation master plan for Suffolk. So this is actually all new language that you see that was added on page 100. Again, I've identified this before in an earlier presentation to you all, providing some detail around why that is important to do and some basic language that would drive the development of the scope of services for doing that work. So another important change there as well. Finally, this last issue, the fourth issue around employment centers. We're going to address this in a couple of ways for you this evening. I want to walk you through very quickly the areas that are designated as employment centers in the future land use map now, both currently developed as well as proposed. Again, give you an idea of what's really on the ground there. Kevin Hughes is going to talk a little bit about the development trends that we witnessed, frankly, from the early 80s when we first started developing these types of projects to fairly recently as these projects have been coming online, and really the rationale for recommending that we continue to make this recommendation in this plan update. And finally, we've got a language change in the definition that I want to talk to you about. So looking at each of the growth areas separately, starting with the northern growth area, and again, we're focusing on that employment center use. So down at the bottom of that slide, you'll see a large area in purple that, and I'm sure you all, many of you all are familiar with, the Northgate Commerce Park. We'll talk a little bit about what you find in that park in just a minute. Looking now at the central growth area and talking about the employment centers that you find there, starting at the upper right of this slide, as you all are, I'm sure, familiar with, the Wilroy Road Industrial Park is in that area. Moving clockwise away from the Wilroy Road site, you'll find a very, very large area designated as employment center. That's the SIPSA Regional Landfill and the auto junkyards across 58 from that facility. Again, moving clockwise, you'll find the Suffolk Executive Airport, a large piece of property that has that designation. Again, we're still in the current growth area boundary. And then moving again clockwise to the 58 corridor, you'll find the Centerpoint Commerce Park. Of course, that has that designation as well, rapidly building out. And then finally, moving up to the 460 corridor, you'll find the Port 460 Logistics Park. Again, all of those areas designated for essentially their current land use as employment centers, with the new area designated to the west there, also on the on the 4th Street corridor included there as well. So about 86% of that area that has that land use designation in the plan is currently within the growth area boundary and is largely built out. So we would recommend that you continue to build on that planning recommendation and designate an additional area. This would be about 14% of the total, again, out the 460 corridor. So again, wanted to give you a quick understanding of what is currently on the map regarding that recommendation. I think Kevin Hughes is going to come up next and give you a little more detail on the parks themselves.
Thank you, Keith. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. So economic development has long been a strategy for the city of Suffolk, and it's fairly fundamental in the fact that localities want to find employment for their residents, but also begin to shift tax burden to commercial enterprises versus relying on the residents to carry that. And so for quite some time, dating back to the 70s, the city has had an economic development strategy and employed folks to do that. The biggest success, I think, historically has been Wilroy Industrial Park. This was a park that was put in place between the city and the Industrial Development Authority at the time, and has continued to be a very successful park. It's very well diversified. You have large distribution like QVC, you've got Massimo Zanetti and their coffee roasting facilities, and other various users in here. This was the very beginning of the city's strategy related to economic development, and so the city took on the issues and the funding regarding road and utility infrastructure, and essentially acted like the developer. And that typically happens in localities where the activity isn't as maybe as robust as you would like. You need to grab people's attention, and the locality believes, but not necessarily the private investment. And so since that time, with this park filling out, our approach to economic development and the interest that we've seen has changed. And so we're going to talk a little bit about especially what's happened since our last comprehensive plan in the 2016 world into where we are today. And so we'll head out to the 58 corridor. The 3 commerce parks that were in place at 2016, including Virginia Commerce Center in red off of Kenyon, Center Point in yellow, and then orange McDonald Developments, Westport. So with the exception of the Target facility, we had a total of 4 users out in that marketplace. And interest was essentially light. The Port of Virginia was seen as a player. However, it didn't have the dominance or the interest from those that worked and used in the port. The West Coast was continuing to be the port of choice, and we would compete in a very competitive manner with our ports to the south. It was pretty tough to win one of these. So fast forward to 2024, where the supply chain crisis hits, and most of the folks that are in shipping realize that they need to diversify how they bring product in. And so that gave new importance to the Port of Virginia. It also was on the heels of significant billion-dollar investment from the state of Virginia in the port facilities. And so you can see that over that 8-year time, we went from 4 buildings to now 14 buildings. And it's pretty interesting to think that some of these facilities have one site left or are no longer able to accommodate users in here. And there's been some significant wins with some big users like the Navy Exchange Command or Lowe's, Amazon, and the like. And so the Port of Virginia is seen as a true viable option for global commerce, and the city of Suffolk, with the land availability and some of the forethinking to accommodate these users in place, has been able to reap the benefit. Keith had mentioned Northgate Commerce Park up at Nansen Parkway and Shoulders Hill Road. Very well located site. That was actually a public-private partnership between the city/EDA and the Upton Farms that own the property. We were able to work out a deal, an arrangement where we would receive land in exchange for infrastructure improvements. And although it was well situated near 664, the infrastructure that didn't exist at the time on Nansman Parkway and the tough soil conditions really kept it from building out the way that we all knew it could. Fast forward to 2024, we were able to work with the city of Chesapeake to both expand Nansman Parkway and Portsmouth Boulevard. They realized a benefit with the Amazon facility that they opened. We were able to get an Amazon facility much larger, bigger taxpayer, but it also really sent the message that Northgate Commerce Park is a viable location. And so I circled in yellow there those sites that are active and now sold out. So the Northgate Commerce Park, which we pushed for quite some time, almost 30 years, now is fully developed and built out. So a success for sure. So when you want to just look at some of this evolution and time, what's occurring, you want to ensure that people are making more money. And so looking at the city of Suffolk and the wages in that 2016 timeframe, going from salaries of $46,000 up to $60,000. That's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, looking at the annual pay. And you can also see above that, we've added about 5,000 jobs, according to the BLS, from the 2016 to 2023 timeframe as well. Continuing to put industrial development in perspective in the city of Suffolk. As it relates to some of our neighbors, we've got about 21 million square feet of industrial space that's both manufacturing and warehousing space. The beauty, again, of being 430 square miles is we have the ability to make choices about where those should be situated. And so if you take that number, which is a significant number, and put it against the percentage of our locality size, you can see that we're much further down the rank with some of our neighbors. And so being that large allows us to accommodate some of these larger facilities. And I started the presentation, or at least my portion thereof, talking about why we have economic development as a strategy. And so wanted to also talk about the real estate value and the revenue that's collected. Real estate and the taxation thereof and the revenue that the city receives is our largest contributor to our fund, general fund. And so you can see there in the orange that transition from 2010 to 2015 to 2023. So $79 million in 2010. Of that, 76 residential was carrying that number, 19% commercial, and then the 5% from other, which included land use and agriculture. And then you can see that commercial beginning to eat into some of that and carrying a little bit more burden in 2015. And then this most recent activity of economic development that we see is fairly considerable, going up to the 26%, which is really what the point of having an economic development strategy and program in place, to put, again, more of that tax burden on our commercial operations versus our taxpayers. The bottom half of this slide just puts that valuation of real estate in perspective related to commercial development. And so you can see from a 5-year time period in 2010 to 2015, that was about $100 million in value. Seeing an increase with these parks coming on and a different strategy coming into play from 2015 to 2020 of $275 million, and then a considerable jump from 2020 to 2024 of $2.1 billion. And so the opportunity to win commercial development, to allow in unprecedented inflation times to lower the tax rate multiple times, is due to this commercial development that we're seeing in our locality. With that, Keith will continue.
So again, hopefully a good way to show how the economic development strategy is related to what we're talking about tonight. You know, your land use strategy and your consideration of your growth area boundaries. So those things are tied together and are a big reason why that expansion and that recommendation is being made. So one last thought on employment centers. We think this is a good category for us, but there's always a balance when you identify a land use category. You don't want to be too narrow in your definition, and we wanted to be very careful here. If down the road, these very unique buildings with unique infrastructure and locations might need to evolve into some other use, to be thinking about what those uses might be and to provide a policy support for that. So we wouldn't be so locked into a very narrow definition of the uses that are there. So consequently, this language was developed and added to the plan on page 50, again, identifying a secondary use if that becomes appropriate, defining what those uses would be in those locations, and again, sort of providing some guidance to continue to make that building occupied and generating revenue going forward. So that's the topic that we wanted to unpack a little bit, particularly as a result of the comments and input that we received at that joint work session. So with that, I want to shift gears a little bit and get back to what I said earlier about sort of what's compelling about the plan right now. You know, what big picture has driven this revision process, and I'm going to do that in two kind of segments. What is new? It is an update. It was a chance to look at the existing plan, evaluate any changes that we thought were appropriate, and make recommendations according to those changes. So what's new, as well as what are we building on that was working well in previous strategies and previous plans? So in the what new category, we think there are four key concepts that weren't addressed in 2035. They weren't topics at that time, or they weren't priorities at that time. So I'm going to walk you through what those changes are, and the first one being the community engagement process. I think everyone was probably a part of this, more so than even the other ones. We realized early on that we were going to have a lot of public interest in these changes. We were just at that point in the city's development and history. So we developed a pretty robust a public engagement strategy early on, and then we went back and extended it a couple of times through the process to make sure that we were reaching out to as much of the community as we could, letting it be known what we were doing, what we were thinking about along the way, and finally at the end there, what we were actually recommended. So this slide just simply identifies the tools that we used over that 2-year period, and the folks that we talked to, the strategies that we used. This was really important to get a voice from everyone who had a stake in the process, and not be focused on one or two voices, because as you all know, there are conflicting opinions out there about some of these really important issues. We wanted to make sure we touched every community, every area in the city, and find out what people were thinking about. We do share a couple of the metrics in the document. We identify those 4 rounds of public engagement, some of the metrics of folks we heard from, and the comments that we received along the process. So that's one of the things that we think is new and very positive with this plan. A slide we haven't shared with you yet, and also something new in the area of engagement. We heard that, again, there's a lot of interest in this. Maybe it's for some folks, it's just hard to follow all the changes that are being made in the document. Could we provide what I call a track changes version of the document to show all the changes that have been proposed since that original February 20th draft? So we also have posted on our website a version of the document which documents all of the changes that have been made. So I'm not expecting you to read this little tiny print here, but that's an example of a page so that you can pull up any page in the document, and in the name of sort of transparency and just responsiveness, we've developed this guideline that shows, you know, the color-coordinated blue text means new text has been added. Yellow or highlighted means that we've replaced some text, and there's a red pin symbol that means we've actually removed or deleted some language. So this is available for everyone to track what we've been up to throughout this process and the changes that we've made and proposed to the document. Since some of the most important changes were on maps, we also developed these maps with bubbles and arrows that show you the areas that were changed there as well. So again, part of that effort to be transparent and clear about what we're doing, what's important, why are we considering these recommendations as we move forward to this date. So what else is new? I think this was one of the ones that is very much worth talking about, things that weren't quite as important, or maybe not even on our radar when this 2035 plan was developed. Suffolk has experienced population growth for decades, and we expect that to continue. But we are particularly in a strong period of population growth, so something we had to think about with this particular plan update. We've also come to a place in our history where a massive investment in the Port of Virginia has been largely completed and is starting to drive the economy of this region and really the state, the purpose for which those investments were made. We're living in that period right now. It was important for us in this plan update to recognize that, understand it, and start to think about how it's going to affect the growth of our city. And finally, something maybe on a little bit smaller scale, but very important, particularly for Suffolk and other areas in Virginia that have large rural properties. The action by the state of Virginia called the Clean Economy Act really kind of created a market for utility scale solar that we weren't even thinking about back in the time that the current plan was adopted. So things that we had to think about and adjust were a big part of why this revision was a good time to do this revision and make those changes. And so what we again concluded was those development opportunities and the challenges as well led us to recommend the changes that we are recommending to extend the growth area boundary for the reasons that we've identified on this slide and that we've been talking about since this recommendation was made. So that's clearly an example of what is new and we think important with this particular update. There are a couple of things that, again, second topic in terms of what's new with this plan update. Preserving agricultural land, always been a value for Suffolk in these previous updates. We felt like we'd really crossed into a new area with this update. And we had created, frankly, a couple of responses to that with the Agriculture Advisory Committee in a new position coming online to work on this important topic. So this plan actually includes some specific recommendations on how to help preserve the agricultural land in the city. Those were sourced primarily through the Agricultural Advisory Committee, as well as some best practices research that we've done. So this plan now includes several recommendations. Some of those we are already working on. Again, you all have seen this slide before, but again, I want to highlight this as an area that we think is particularly important, that we continue to focus on this topic and provide some specific actions to move the needle on this preservation of agricultural land. So finally, and again, this is the third topic and something that we've actually spent a fair amount of time on. You've got a good illustration of it this evening with the employment center's land use type. That's new. We went from a map with about 6 land use categories, very, very broad categories, to a map with 12 categories, also broad, but they give us a lot more predictability, again, in the area of projecting future land use, of knowing where things are going to be and what they're going to look like. So that was beginning to give us some trouble with particularly some of these commercial uses that may have been popping up in places where people didn't expect them to go. So now we've got a plan that details where those users are going to be the best location for those users in the city going forward. So predictability across the board that we don't have in the current land use plan. So that's what's new. And again, those things are important, but we've also got the benefit of building on things that were going well with the plan. And I just want to touch on a couple of those here. And I'll get a little help, particularly in the area of the city investing in this focused growth strategy. We recognize that we are a large city, and we started early on in focusing growth in North Suffolk and Central Suffolk, and we're a very diverse city and this plan continues to build on that strategy. Lots of ways to illustrate that point. We found this one particularly compelling when you look at that future land use map that we're recommending, and you divide this up into those three categories of rural, open space, and urban and suburban. You find that we truly are still a very, very diverse community going forward, with about 83% of all of that land area devoted. Again, this is in the future land use recommendation timeframe. 83% devoted to rural and open space, and 17% devoted to the urban and suburban uses. So still a very, very diverse community in terms of land use types, and really all of the benefit that comes from that still going forward with this plan recommendation and building on that strategy from previous updates. Finally, it's really, really important, as we've said all along, to preserve what's special about Suffolk to ensure that we continue to be an attractive community. And that's been a story that the city has followed for decades, and we're continuing to go that route as well. I mentioned the additional focus on agricultural land preservation, the recommendations to update the village plans and the downtown plan, already getting underway with the formation of a committee and funding for that plan update. But also looking at really one of the best ways, one of the best tools we have to preserve what's special about Suffolk is through our city code, through the Unified Development Ordinance. So we've laid out a couple of specific recommendations for updating that ordinance. Again, they're always needing updating, and this gives us some priorities to do that going forward. So I want to ask a couple of our department heads to come up and provide some detail on this third area of something that we're building on, which is continuing to make smart investments in infrastructure. So I think up first is Mark Furlow.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Mark Furlow. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. In Parks and Recreation, we use the comprehensive plan to guide us in a lot of our capital infrastructure investments. What you can see up here is a picture of the 3 standalone recreation centers that we've built over the last 10 to 15 years. And you can note 2 of those recreation centers are both in the growth areas. We've also done a lot of investments in our 2 regional parks that are probably our most visited parks in the city that are in the growth areas, Lake Mead Park and Bennett's Creek Park. When I think about when I started here back in 2001 and thinking about especially Lake Mead Park, all Lake Mead Park was at that time was some tennis courts out there behind the old Farm Fresh. And now to go out there and take a look at what's out there now, you've got the Kids Zone playground, the skate park, the dog park. We've made similar investments at Bennett's Creek Park, also in our growth area. Our Suffolk Seaboard Coastline Trail, this is a regional trail that will eventually connect downtown Suffolk to the Virginia Beach oceanfront. But it not only connects the regions of Southampton roads, it also connects our growth zones, the northern and the central growth zones too. We're fully funded now from the Chesapeake City line all the way to downtown Suffolk. We've got all segments of those trail funded. Here's some other projects that we have coming up in our capital improvement plan: the Lone Star Lakes Interpretive Center, the Nansen River Boat Ramp, Driver Sports Complex, Downtown Recreation Center, and the Holy Neck Recreation Center. And next, Gary's going to come out and talk about some investments in other city facilities.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, City Manager. I have 4 projects here I want to talk about that are currently under construction that all represent a significant investment in the quality of life of our city. The first two I'm going to talk about represent initiatives in our downtown plan, starting with the Downtown Festival Park. This came out of a opportunity when we had the tornado of 2020 that came and destroyed some properties in downtown. We were able to obtain those properties and turn this site, redevelop the site into the Downtown Festival Park, which is one of the major initiatives in our downtown plan, creating green space to support our downtown. This $2.3 million investment represents just under 2 acre site for the park. Although we've opened the park, it isn't quite complete yet. It's about 98% complete and will be complete in just a few weeks. We're wrapping up a few details with the park. The next project, which is the Central Library project, as you all know, has been underway, been on the books for a while, and we're finally under construction, coming out of the ground. If we can keep the rain away, we'll get out of the ground pretty soon here. This represents a $25 million investment that will create a 2-story, 38,000 square foot facility to meet the needs of our growing city. The next two projects represent education and public safety projects. The first one is the JFK Middle School, which is the replacement for the existing JFK Middle School, which was constructed in 1965. This represents a $75 million investment, which represents 122,000 square feet of space, including 14,000 square feet of standalone space for the CSEP program of the school system, as well as a 14,000 square foot standalone technology center for the school system, and then of course the 800-seat new 94,000 square foot JFK Middle School. The last project is the Fire Station 11 project, which also represents a $12.1 million investment. This will be a 4-bay fire station representing 21,000 square feet of space, including a 1,100 square foot community room. This will be our largest standalone public safety fire facility in the city, located on Hampton Roads Parkway, and this will be complete in May of 2025. With that, I'll ask Paul Rattell, the Public Utilities Director, to come up and talk about utilities investments.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. When we think about focused growth in public utilities, I want to think of the word balance, talk about it in two different ways this evening. One is the balance of balancing system improvement costs while we're minimizing rate impacts. What I mean by that is making sure that we're building utility infrastructure, not getting ahead of ourselves, getting assets in the ground before they're needed. The other important illustration of that is when we do construction timing of, say, for example, water transmission lines with water quality impacts. We don't want to build large water transmission pipes, put those in the ground where the water then would age and deteriorate. Age is good with wine, not with water, so we want to make sure that we time those types of projects out. Also important to recognize that development, in fact, does drive utility system expansion. We expand out to the areas where the development needs to be, and the revenue from that development assists from the water and sewer availability charges, not only helps with improvement funding, but also paying down debt that we already have that we've paid into the system. What I mean by the availability charge is we budget that on an annual basis, on an ERU basis, ERU meaning equivalent residential unit. Think of one home, for example, the water usage from one home. And a very simple arithmetical illustration of this. Say, for example, on a yearly basis, we budgeted for 100 ERUs, and we actually saw that growth. That 100 ERUs would translate with the current availability charges to a little bit over $1.1 million. Last few years, we've been budgeting at 550 ERUs. For the most part, we've been making those 550 ERUs. Last year, we did do that, and you see the difference there of the 100 versus the 550, what the development assists us with. It's that $5.2 million that assists, again, with improvement funding and then pay down of debt. So we continue to talk about balancing infrastructure with growth. Just highlight three things that we're working on balancing right now. One is the G. Robert House Water Treatment Plant. That's the water treatment plant that a lot of you came out when we accepted the $1 million check from Congresswoman Jen Kiggins for the EDR membrane replacement. That's our water plant. We've just completed, actually, not long ago, with the master planning for a plant expansion. Very expensive project of making sure that we're staging that so we don't get ahead of ourselves and build too much expansion, too much capacity into that project before we need it. The other two are water transmission pipeline projects. One is the Southern Water Transmission Main that comes down from the G. Robert House Water Treatment Plant, comes down to the south to Route 460. That's, again, a lengthy transmission main. Want to make sure that we stage that and try to target when we need it, as well as the Route 460 water transmission main, which goes from essentially the main part of the city out to the Isle of Wight County line. So just about balancing those three projects, which are fairly pricey, fairly expensive projects. Robert?
Good evening. As we talk about transportation, that certainly is kind of the ribbon that kind of sews this whole plan together. We need transportation there to get our people to where they need to be, to bring goods into our city. And every one of these earlier projects we've talked about, the libraries, the fire stations, the water transmission lines, all of that is tied to our infrastructure that we build. We build roadways also. Paul just mentioned the transmission line on Route 460. One of the things we try to do as we're building infrastructure is we try to marry that together. So like when we just finished the project out here at the Prudence Center, we actually laid a dry line in the ground so that when the time comes, we can build on each end of that and we don't have to dig that piece of road back up to build that. So again, we try to be a little strategic in what we do. But as the topic du jour generally is congestion and growth in our city. What I have before you this evening is a slide that's actually produced by our Hampton Roads Transportation Planning Organization. And they do these things every couple of years. They look at congestion. They actually have methodologies by which they measure this on a regional basis. And what we did is I selected the PM slide because generally everybody recognizes the PM peak of folks going home is usually the more congested period of time. And this map actually identifies where that congestion, that recurring congestion occurs in our region. As you see to our east, there's quite a bit of red and yellow in there. And there's some red and yellow in our city as we start to grow. But one of the things that's really striking about this is if you go back now and you overlay where we have been able to secure funding and build infrastructure in the way of highways, bridges, and other improvements, almost all of this corresponds where that need is, where that congestion is, and it's inside those growth boundaries. Again, very important. One of the things we've talked about a number of times is just the way transportation funding is allocated in today's world. Most of the time, in order to compete for these funds, and this is a competition, this is not like the old day when we used to get an allocation and we could decide where we want to spend it. We are now competing for funds, not only in our Hampton Roads region, but across the Commonwealth of Virginia. And one of the things that plays heavily in that for our area is congestion. You've got to demonstrate a need. It would be wonderful if we could build infrastructure way ahead and let growth come to it. That's just not the way our system works. And again, we use these maps, we use this growth, we know where the congestion is, we know where our boundaries are. We use all of that as staff as we go out and seek funding. We are constantly watching everything on both VDOT and the federal government and seeking funding opportunities. And again, I think council can appreciate we've been very successful in the last number of years. We have brought a lot of money to our city and have a lot of construction plans and programs underway. But with that, I just want to highlight that to you. Again, we have been very strategic in where we have sought and been successful in finding this funding. And with that, Keith.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So big picture, what you've been hearing about is how this focused growth, let me go back one slide, how this focused growth strategy that the city has been following, now this plan for the fourth update, helps the city plan for investing in infrastructure, really across the board, control those costs, and make sure that those facilities, those buildings are being used efficiently and effectively. So a really critical element of the growth strategy, the broad growth development plan that we're proposing here in building on the continuation, really, of how the city has been doing that in the past. So I want to shift gears a little bit away from making the case and moving on to really the bottom line of the recommendations that the plan has made. I don't want to touch on them all again, but I want to be clear that while the growth boundary map and the land use plan are really critical elements to this document, there are also a number of critical recommendations that this plan makes. And they really run the gamut. I've been talking about some of these, the village plans, the agricultural preservation recommendations, the prioritized amendments to the UDO, some specific ones mentioned here, the master transportation plan. We also want to be really clear about our recommendations in terms of the fiscal impact analysis. I hope this makes the case this evening that the city has followed a strategy that by concentrating growth and recommending a mix of uses that generate net revenue to keep your real estate tax rate down, you've been following a very fiscally responsible strategy for growing going forward. That overall strategy is what we want to continue here. We do want to go in and update the detailed fiscal impact analysis that we recommend or require for rezoning and conditional use permits, again, to make that even better going forward. So with that, I'll wrap up with a couple of recent dates, what we've been up to. I think, as you all know, including most recently getting a recommendation for your approval yesterday with the Planning Commission public hearing. And at that point, Mr. Mayor, I will stand by and address any questions after the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, will you please explain the timing system?
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address and will receive 3 minutes to offer their comments.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address? Had me scared for a minute. I didn't think we had any speakers.
I think people are stunned. My name is Kelly Hingler, and I'm at 9345 Eclipse Drive in Suffolk, Virginia. I have 3 minutes on the clock, and I want to be able to present to the council once again what we dropped in the basket in 2019, and that was a petition of request to be removed from the northern growth area, and our petition to be able to have the public engagement, of which we received a letter from the former city manager, okay, and assured also by the former deputy city manager, who happened to have been a 30-year veteran of planning, that we would be included in robust discussions about the comprehensive plan that we had never been discussed. All of Suffolk has never had, and still has not, at 77% unserved and underserved. Please hear me at the congressional level. Please hear me at the state level. The people of Virginia are crying for your help because our city has not once since the merger that caused this city, after wiping out due to its industrial development plan, entire neighborhoods of downtown Suffolk, such that residents were being displaced into Nansemond County. This is the history that we are now repeating. This is not post-World War II anymore. At least at that time, we had ladies and gentlemen who gave a concerted effort to assure that we had a Department of Agriculture and Home Improvements, that we had at that time every interest of every piece of commerce in this city in mind. There is not in this plan, from a gentleman who has come here to do this plan from the Hampton Roads PDC and has no prior interest or knowledge of our city. We are absolutely fired up. Because in 1974, when this merger happened, we were assured in the settled areas, which were all in settled areas of commerce, after hundreds of years, which meaning the villages as well as the existing homes that were built to that construction of that era, that every service for the taxes that were given was going to be equitable, that we would see the services in our communities not under a UDO, urban building, urban construct, but to be allowed to have natural drainage and be in our homes without being flooded because someone decided to put a development at the back door of the church and didn't put a secondary erosion and sediment system in, but that's okay. That Oakland church doesn't need their church, right? This has been happening over and over again across our city because our city does not have a National Historic Preservation Act compliant historic survey of the whole city. It matters. There is funding that goes to every single piece of commerce and every bit of what we're supposed to be having for every community. We do not have stormwater plans in every community, and that's more than my 3 minutes will allow. But this plan was hatched by people who don't know our city from a desktop not anywhere close to home, by an industrial plan that did the same thing in 1974, disregarded our families, disregarded our fishery, our farms, our people, and most importantly, displaced people out of residential family life living, which is the sustainable heartbeat of this city. Good night and thank you.
Have our next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. I'm Denise Murden. I live at 4041 Kingston Parkway in Suffolk, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Citizens Voice. As I've said before, we go out in the community and we talk to people about their feelings about the land use issues in the city. And last week, we had the opportunity for the first time to speak to a group of young teenagers. We went to the Hope for Suffolk program at Westminster Reformed Presbyterian Church, where the teens run a farm, basically a farm and a farm program. They learn leadership skills, and we were privileged to provide their training, their dinner and training on Wednesday night. And so we talked to them about citizenship, and we talked to them about who's in charge in our city. And I used this very useful publication that the city has put out, and it has an organization chart in which it shows that citizens are at the top of this chart. So that's who I'm here to speak for tonight. What we've heard is a marketing effort on behalf of city staff to have us adopt this comprehensive plan that's been presented to us. But we're still having some issues. We submit that the responses to the May 1st work session are still insufficient. We don't have a transportation plan, simply a promise. We don't have any fiscal impact statements, and we submit that doing those piecemeal are not what we want to have, which is what we are told is the way we need to do it. We know that there's been information provided to city staff on other types of fiscal impact analysis, cost of community services, for instance, which is a part of comprehensive planning in many other cities and is used when you're evaluating these proposals. So we don't have that. We don't have the plan for the villages yet. And it is critical that we know what we're doing moving forward within the context of this plan. And finally, we heard several comments at previous sessions, including at the May 1st work session, that several of you believe that this growth should be maintained at 5% or less. It's still at 12% growth. Finally, I'd like to address some comments that were made by Planning Commissioner Edwards last night at the redo of this hearing at the Planning Commission. When he sort of implied that we haven't done enough for the Port of Virginia project. Well, we are a year out from our case against the Port 460 rezoning, and what have we gotten from that so far? At the time that it was approved, we had learned that it would become the third largest warehouse and distribution center in the United States. Unless something much larger has been built since then, I doubt that that's changed. So if that isn't enough sacrifice for this city to make, I don't know what is, and we don't even see anything from it yet except some money for the road improvements that are needed, but we know that's a drop in the bucket too. So until we get that off the ground and running, maybe we ought to take a step back and really consider what it is that we're proposing in this plan. Thank you for listening.
We have our next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, council members. I'm Ann Harris. I live at 2455 Lake Cahoon Road. On behalf of Care for Suffolk and myself, I do want to acknowledge the city for getting so much public feedback during the comp plan, public engagements, open houses, and with the online surveys. And we do appreciate a lot of time and effort was put into these things, and a lot of people did enjoy the chance to collaborate in the process. But that's the thing, is that we thought we were collaborating, we trusted that we were being listened to, but the draft that was put out in February kind of told us otherwise. We heard over and over again at these engagements, so many people talking about the growth outpacing the infrastructure, destroying our feel and character of our city, so much traffic and road safety issues are major concerns, and warehouses are just completely unpopular and causing so many issues in all parts of the city. So the draft came out in February and recommended a 23% increase in our current growth areas with a huge portion slated for employment center land use. It was kind of a slap in the face. And where were we supposed to go trust-wise from there with the rest of the plan and what the true goals of it were? I mean, even just the term employment center is kind of problematic. And we understand that the growth area size has been drastically reduced, but ending up with a draft that still endorses more than double the percentage of growth area added in 2015 is questionable. Suffolk is straining under the growth that we're experiencing now with a lot still in the pipeline. I know you hear a lot from your constituents every day about a lot of these issues. And then to top that off, we see that just 2 weeks ago, after Planning Commission already voted on the draft the first time, that certain property owners were able to have an entire map in the draft altered for them. It's to prevent the protected land category from being interpreted as placing additional environmental restrictions on the development of private property. I'm curious as to who these number of property owners are that have these special privileges. We had map issues that we addressed, and we're just kind of ignored on that and told that we just need to talk to you all. So it just doesn't look good for transparency to make changes at the last minute like that for certain property owners. And I know a common response to a lot of the concerns that people have about development and growth is that we just don't want any growth, we don't want any change. But this is really an intentional oversimplification of the topic, and it just shuts down the conversation. I mean, we're all adults, and we know that things change. A lot of change is good. Most things that happen, people aren't upset about, but it starts to affect your everyday life, and we have to talk about the nuance of the types of changes that are happening. People just want growth that has some kind of definable and cohesive vision behind it. It seems like a lot of city staff do understand this. We just saw that a couple months ago that Suffolk Tourism released their new promotional video that's being shared to promote our city, and it really emphasizes Suffolk's outdoors, natural resources, our downtown, our small businesses, family-friendly events. Presents Suffolk as a big place with a small town feel. So I know I'm about out of time here, but we just would like to focus more on the city character and maybe developing things in that economic end of tourism and commercial that people can enjoy. I'm going to put in the basket a couple more pages from our petition, and sorry I went over time. I appreciate it. We're asking you to vote no on this 2045 plan, even though it would be probably unprecedented, but we would appreciate consideration of a no vote. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman, City Manager. My name is Chess Harris. I live at 323 Tyndall's Court in North Suffolk, in the Suffolk Peninsula, and represent the 6 homeowners associations, civic leagues, and community groups that have about 3,000 homes, or 3,000 folks in about 1,280 homes in the North Suffolk area. We're that little island that now is fully developed out in the north corner of the Northern Growth area. I've got 2 topics I'm going to talk to you about. The first one, I want to thank the Planning Division for all the work that they've been doing. It's laborious. I'm a planner. I appreciate the pain in the neck it is to try to keep things going. Most importantly, I appreciate the Planning Division sharing with us through a FOIA request the 7,000 plus inputs that they received on the comprehensive plan. Big data analysis does it not. We got a lot of smart guys on the outside of the wire too. So I'll ask you the question. It's rhetorical. I don't need an answer, but we'll just ask it. Across the 7,000 plus documents that came in from residents, what was the number one term, word, phrase, which singularly was across individual resident input? The word. It was not growth. It was not boundaries. It was not schools. It was traffic congestion. Traffic congestion. So I'm going to leave that one for just a second. Last night at the Planning Commission meeting, the point that was raised earlier, there was a revelation of the magic of this plan, that it absolutely had to be passed as necessary to secure the work that's being worked with the Port of Virginia. This plan must get passed, reinforced several times. So let's ask the question, what's the plan and the traffic and what goes with this thing with the Port of Virginia? 3 things. Deals with transportation, warehousing, distribution. So across those 3, what's the center of gravity of what's necessary that this plan must provide? Land use categories? I don't think so. Employment centers? I don't think so. Maybe a part of it. Effective traffic management and traffic management planning? Absolutely. The center of gravity. So your residents have told you it's traffic. The Port Authority tells you it's traffic. So let's look what the traffic transportation section says in here, all 13 pages. So I'm not going to try to insult you on this, but I'm a planner. I understand what details need to look like. And as Mr. Kennedy said, this is just a plan. It's a strategic plan. The most important piece in a strategic plan is the concept. What's the approach? I should be able to pull the transportation concept out of this and start working on a transportation plan. The concept's right here. How does it wire everything together? Well, let's go to real quickly on a couple points. So let's look at this plan. What's it say? First page, definition of corridors. Second page, a picture of the corridors. Next page, definitions of congestion and service levels. Next page, a picture of road congestion. Next page, what morning traffic congestion looks like. And by the way, for us poor people that live up in 17, that today couldn't even get out of our areas because of an accident down on Bennett's Creek and problems that's going along on 17, it was absolute gridlock. Nobody moved. 17 didn't even on the list. It's light. That's AM congestion. PM congestion, same map. Oh, it's 5 years old. Now there's a history that goes into accidents. What are the problems we have in accidents? Now there's a picture of the accidents. There's a description of how bicycles and pedestrian issues and how those are resources in the city. A VDOT map on how to use the safety analysis tool. How rail options could be part of solutions, freight and personnel rail. And then a narrative of the projects, a little bitty piece about the narratives that are available, a picture of the projects, little dots all over the map, and now a list of the projects. So use the Wendy's term. Where's the beef? Where's the plan? Where's the concept? This is not about laying out a 20-page plan of what the priorities are in 2010, 2020, 2030, 2035. It's just the concept. So if I was to take this plan, concept, first to our residents, how are we fixing congestion? We're showing them pictures they already know about. What's the concept of how we're going to resolve this? It's not there. Let's take this to the port, and let's let the port look at that Section 4. What's our concept to deal with traffic?
Mr.
Traffic
Harris,
issues.
I'm sorry, that concludes
Yes,
your
sir.
time.
It's
Thank
not
you.
there. We ask you to not approve this plan. This is the centerpiece that needs to be fixed. Transportation, it's absent. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Duman, members of City Council and City staff. My name is Grady Palmer. My business address, 999 Waterside Drive in the city of Norfolk. And as many of you know, I appear before this body on behalf of developers, of landowners, and I thank you for taking their interest into consideration. It's really important as you develop your comprehensive plan. As you can tell from tonight, your comprehensive plan touches almost all aspects of your city. And that decision to approve or deny your comprehensive plan is a huge decision. And I think what you've heard tonight is there are still a lot of questions about what's in your plan, some things that need to be added to your plan. We in the development community also have some questions, particularly about affordable housing, accessible housing, that we think that some additional consideration should be given. So instead of denying denying the plan tonight, I ask that you consider continuing your decision for at least 90 days to give us, at least in the industry, some time to consider some of the things that are in the plan, some of the things that may not be in the plan. I think that would do well for some of the other speakers and other interested parties in the outcome of this plan. So I do ask that you make a motion to delay consideration of the comprehensive plan update for at least 90 days. So with that, I'll stand by for questions. Thank you.
We have our next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Lorna Taylor, and I reside at 5577 Godwin Boulevard. I come to you tonight to say that I'm a resident of the Oakland community. I am a member of the Oakland, Chuckatuck, and Sandy Bottom Civic League, and I'm a member of Little Bethel Baptist Church, which is located in Oakland. The church was erected in 1866, and I'm concerned because the developers are coming into our area. They're making their money, and they're leaving us with the problems. The Chuckatuck Cove development is right behind Little Bethel Baptist Church. That church at this time is being flooded. The water that's coming off of that housing development is going to the back of our church, to the foundation of our church. Our church is 158 years old. It can't stand all of that water. Now, we want to know, who do we go to, who do we talk to resolve this? Because the city is not going to pay for it, but they approved the permits for this development to be in our community. We are not against development because we know that things are not going to stay the same. But we don't want what our ancestors worked hard for to be destroyed. So I'm also asking for a motion to cease any more development to be put into place until the new village plan has been approved by council. I thank you all for your time, but I want you all to understand that we're having problems in Oakland with this water, and it's not going to get any better. And if these developers are going to come into our community, they need to do what needs to be done to stop destroying the existing properties. So I hope someone will give me a call and let me know who the church needs to talk to in regards to that water that's coming to our church. And I thank you very much for your time, and I thank you for all of the work that you do in the city of Suffolk, because we love our city. Most of the developers that are coming into our city do not live in our communities. We live there. So when they leave, we have to deal with it, regardless of what they leave. And I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, please.
Tom Ryan, 119 Suffolk Meadows Boulevard, Suffolk, Virginia. I had no intention of talking tonight. You've heard everything. But I'm here just representing myself only. Since I live right next to one of these so-called employment centers, I just wanted to acknowledge some of the issues that I have experienced and that others will experience also. First, I'd like to thank Chief Bowie and his staff for helping us out, because we get not only the trucks coming through there, but a lot of the people who work over in the warehouses, the employment centers, the traffic that cuts through our neighborhood. We have people coming over there getting high all the time that work in the warehouses. They have sex in our private park. They throw their trash out. You've heard all this. And again, Chief has done a great job trying to resolve some of this. Mayor Duman, you've also helped out with this, but it continues. And people need to know it's not just an employment center. This brings traffic. This brings a lot of things that impact the culture and the community that we live in. We need to look at this really in depth. It's not just tax dollars that this is bringing in. It's bringing in a lot of things that we don't want in our city. You know, and this is just, I'm just a citizen here tonight. I'm just a resident who's being impacted by these employment centers that already exist. You know, and a lot of this talk that these things are built out already and they've been here, it's not true. I drove right through Northgate today. There's still tons of construction going on in there, which means there's a ton more traffic coming. There's a ton more people coming. There's a ton more noise coming. I went away for 2 or 3 days. I come home. Yeah, well, there's a 250,000 square foot cold storage facility that is being built outside my front window that I can see. You know, shame on me for not asking the question. I didn't know it was going to be 6 or 8 stories high. I thought when they said it was 250,000 square foot, it was just 1 story that would be down. So how are you going to put up 6-foot pine trees to cover that up? The thing's huge. I look at it like this from my front yard. There's so many questions here that need to be answered before you vote on this. I'm sorry. I mean, it's just ask the questions, get the answers, and then make a decision. Whatever you do, I'm sure you're going to make the best informed decision you can, but please ask the questions first. Come out to our neighborhoods and see what we go through, because it's not on a piece of paper. This is reality. Thank you.
We have our next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Stella Payne. I live at 120 Northgate Lane, which is off Main Street. I was not intending to speak, but I'll just say a few words. When I first came to this town 40 years ago, a neighbor said to me, "Welcome to Suffolk, the land of kiddie parks and strip malls." Well, fast forward 40 years, if a person came to live here in Suffolk, recently moved, like a new neighbor, I would say, me personally, welcome to Suffolk, still the land of kiddie parks, still the land of strip malls, but breaking down and in half empty. And welcome to traffic, so you might change your mind and move, and welcome to Warehouse City. We are being corralled And it hasn't taken long for it to happen. So if there is an accident, which happens often, everybody in this room knows, you know yourself, it doesn't matter where this accident happens. It could be on Nansemond Parkway, Shoulders Hill. It could be on 58, Main Street, forget it. I can't even get out of my house. I can't even get on the road. And just recently that happened where there was 2 accidents, the whole city could not move. People were late for work. I mean, literally, the whole city couldn't move. It doesn't take much for that to happen. I'll say one more thing. I would go to many meetings in the 90s, and I would say, oh, look at all these people. They must be from Suffolk. And guess what? Not one of them were from Suffolk. They were here for a reason, to look at your plans and to find out what was going to happen to their land that they'd bought decades ago. Developers. All right? It happens all over the world. It happens in North Carolina. You get people from Arizona owning your land. And as the lady said, developers come, they do their stuff, and they leave you with that mess, especially the traffic. So it's not too late to change this plan and look more seriously at what the people have been saying for decades. And at times, I think of Mayor Damiani, because he'd been there so many times, and he would turn up with all his files and say, we've been there so many times, just listen to the people. And that's what he was crying out for when he was in his 90s. He would go to the meetings and say, just listen to the people. And that's all we're asking for. So consider the people. You walk in their shoes. You live where they live. You drive those streets. I'll tell you another thing that maybe you're not aware of, but Route 10 is being used by all the Isle of Wight people to get home. And you'll have traffic from all these other cities using Suffolk as the conduit to get home. If you've not witnessed it, you need to be on the streets. You need to be troops in the ground. Okay, thank you for everything you do. I've enjoyed living in Suffolk. I'm not sure how long I'll last, but I've enjoyed it. Okay, thank you.
We have our next speaker, please.
Good evening to all of you. My name is Tim Dowdy. My home is on Indian Trail. And I'll hopefully be polite and certainly will be brief. I want to mention an earlier speaker who identified himself as representing development interests, requested that the council approve a 3-month extension before it renders its vote on this 2045 plan. What I would like to suggest is if the council ultimately decides to do that, votes in favor of delaying this decision, I would request that each of you, all 8 of you, spend that 3-month period reviewing the very specific recommendations and comments that apparently somewhere near 7,000 times citizens of this city offered you their specific feedback on what you should be considering when evaluating and eventually passing a plan for the future management of this city that many of us love. The second thing I'll make a brief comment on is I do want to commend the city staff for all the effort they expended to facilitate citizen input into this big project. That is to be lauded. I'll also suggest that if the city council then completely disregards all of that citizen feedback, you're not living up to your responsibility as stewards of this city and representatives of the people who put you in your positions of responsibility and authority by their consent. So again, I can't emphasize enough, the citizens of this city have in a very prominent, very clear way made their concerns known to this council on multiple recent occasions over the recent few years. If the city council then decides to disregard that feedback in the interest of the citizens that you represent, then I ask all of you to revisit why you've decided to become a representative of the citizens of Suffolk. Thank you.
We have our next speaker, please. Do we have anyone else present who would like to speak to this resolution?
Good evening. My name is Christy Fowler. I live at 2823 Windjammer Road, Suffolk. I wanted to talk about tonight, again, traffic, congestion off Bennett's pasture. If we have any accidents, like everybody has said, we are stuck. We're trapped. I have been living at my house. This is my childhood house for 38 years, besides 2 years spent in Texas when I was in college. I absolutely love the city of Suffolk. I have loved my city for the whole time I've lived here, even though I hate Virginia. I hate what's going on with my city. I hate that everywhere I live, where I live, it's rural. It was farm fields everywhere, and now they just tore down a house at the end of the street. And I know what's coming next at that field. And I don't want to live in Suffolk anymore because of this. Because, like other people have said, crime's coming with the warehouses. Bad things are coming. Things are here. I have a thing that emails me every day that tells me the crime in Suffolk that's happened. Places down the street are getting cars broken into, apartments down the street. When is it going to come to my house? I've already had it happen twice in my neighborhood. We have cameras. We have like 7 cameras in our house, around our house now, to help protect us and our neighbors because of car break-ins. So with this new housing development that's going to be at the end of my street soon, that's going to cause more traffic, more congestion, more possible crime, I just don't want to see it anymore. And I hope, like others have suggested, that you hold off on this decision to agree with this plan tonight. Thank you.
Okay. We have our next speaker, please. Do we have anyone else present who would like to speak to this resolution?
Hi, good evening. I was not planning on speaking either, but I do thank you for hearing me. Connie Womack, I live at 2800 Lake Cahoon Point. There was a slide up here a moment ago that talked about the diversity, or I want to say the tax dollars between the residential and the commercial, and then I can't remember what the other term was, but it was about diversity, and you're talking about having different things. But if you look at the dates on there, we've gone down 2%, not up. I wouldn't be proud of that. And then you're comparing our city with Chesapeake and all the others, like we want to be like them. We don't want to be like them. I moved here in 1997 to raise our family, and I have 2 boys that have worked in all other cities, and they still want to live here in Suffolk because it is the best city out of all of Hampton Roads. And I do feel like it is slipping away. I own a business downtown Main Street, have been there 12 years. We've dealt with the trains stopping the traffic. We have dealt with all of these accidents that impact our business because our clients cannot get to us. Again, my thoughts aren't all clear. All I can say is I do hope that you choose to delay this and give us some time to come up with an actual plan, not just talking about the plan, and try to sell us on it on this growth. If all of these tax dollars are coming in from this commercial stuff, then we should have the money that it would take for the infrastructure and not have to keep lobbying for more but I'm not really sure how everything works specifically. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't pass the smell test. And as a resident, it really impacts our thought of staying here, because that's what brought us here, is the surprising Suffolk, but that's turning out to be, we used to travel and know that we lived this far away. So we would go down 58 to go do something else. That was something that we wanted, that was a trade-off that we knew we were moving into. But now it's closing in. You can't get away from it, and it's definitely impacting our life. So anyway, thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Excuse me, Mayor Duman, that is the 30 minutes for
way past.
public hearings, yes.
I see the 30
So
minutes.
if you wish to continue to have
how-
speakers, you need to
How
suspend
many
the
other
rules of
people
order.
here, who else here would like to speak? Raise your hand. Okay, looks like we got everybody just on time. All right, well, our time has expired, and no one else has expressed an interest to speak, so we could have possibly extended the time. So with that, this public hearing is now closed. Council, what is your pleasure? Don't everybody jump in here at one time. Councilman Fawcett.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and speaking about the 2045 plan. And there surely has been a lot of conversation, and as well as a lot of email traffic and so on and so forth, which I appreciate everybody that has responded. I'm going to make a motion on this action, on this comprehensive plan, if you would, Mayor, that I move that we postpone action on this resolution to amend the comprehensive plan until November 20th of 2024 City Council meeting, and hold a second public hearing at the November 20th, 2024 meeting. Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor from Councilman Fawcett to table this action until November 20th, I believe it was, of 2024.
Correct.
And also, we will have a public hearing associated with that. And let's see, Councilman Williams.
I'd like to second that, Mayor.
I got a second from Councilman Williams. Do we have any discussion of the motion? Any discussion of the motion? Okay, hearing none, we got a motion on the floor, the table for 90 days to November 20th, 2024, which will also have an additional public hearing. Before we vote, kind of quiet out there, I've got a few comments. First of all, I'd like to, this has been a very, very extensive process, 2 years and almost 6 months. In my recollection, I cannot remember any issue going on for this long. Not that it's not important. I'm a little dismayed that we're not any further along than what we are. It appeared, at least it appeared to me, that the process that was put in place, I was not on the original committee, and I did attend probably 4 or 5 of the community meetings to get an idea what folks were thinking about. But I believe that the process was put in place was appropriate. There was a lot of time and effort put in. There was an opportunity to get comments. No, I'm not saying that everything went according to what particular folks thought, but I believe that the intent was to get that public input, use that public input. There was a few comments that nobody's paid attention to anything. I think that's a little off the chain. I mean, I'm looking at what's changed since May. I know things that I brought up at the joint meeting, they were all addressed. I watched the Planning Commission. I want to commend the staff on, I don't know how Keith does it. I know I have problems sleeping sometimes, but, you know, he must be eating and living and breathing this stuff. There's been a lot of effort. I know a lot of citizens are maybe not happy with the result, but I don't think that it is based on any intent as far as not paying attention. I've been through a couple of comprehensive plans, and to be honest with you, this one is its own animal, you know, because there has been so much citizen input. And I welcome the citizen input, and I think everybody in here does also. Go back to my notes. Like I said, I do take exception that nobody's paying attention. Some of the things that I had mentioned and that other folks have mentioned, which are fairly major, I mean, just a revision in the growth areas is enough to wake somebody up that we've done it. We started off when it was originally presented to us, and I think some of the citizens maybe have a misperception as to how we were involved in it. We met 2 at a time with the manager and staff to talk about a large overview of a growth area, and I mean a large overview of a growth area. Starting here on 58, do you want this one or nothing? And then we went up 58, do you want this one or this one? Do you want to go, how far do you want to go west? How far do you want to go here? What are you thinking about? And for the most part, we had, I believe, a consensus from council that the 58 expansion was not going to be the longest one down. Let's cut it back a little bit, so we're not talking about so much land. When it comes down to talking about land area, we're comparing, I'm not exactly sure we're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges when we talk about a land area, and that being the defining factor on the growth. The last comprehensive plan was really, the strategy was to increase density in a smaller area, to create that additional capacity without moving anything at all. So the growth areas, you know, they were considerably smaller. And that's kind of how you do it. We took 3 growth areas and we didn't really stretch them out. We just kind of squished them up some, allowed some more people in there, some more density. When it comes to how much of it is it, especially on the 58 corridor, somewhat on the 460 corridor, but on the 58 corridor, there's a lot of wetlands there. One of the things that I've asked for is an overlay. If it shows 1,000 acres and 500 of it is wetlands and it can't be used, then it's 500 acres, not 1,000, regardless of how much purple's up there. So we need a true reflection as to exactly what we're talking about in these growth areas. The way the growth area is right now on 58, I'm not crazy about it because we're going to have a really nice road there and we're not going to be taking advantage of it, but I'm okay with it. I mean, if that makes everybody more comfortable that we don't go up 58 anymore, then let's not go up 58 anymore right now. Let's see what we got. We can always amend things if we have to. This is a plan, and people need to remember that. You cannot look at it literally. You know, when you talk about a 20-year plan, I mean, sometimes I don't know where I'm going to be 20 days from now or 20 minutes from now. I mean, 20 years from now, things change. So it has to be flexible. That's why it's called a plan. Things happen, conditions happen, outside influences happen. You have to be able to adapt to them. The markets change. And it's the same way with warehousing. We talk about warehousing. Where all these warehouses come from? I mean, I haven't been here my whole life, but I've been here 47 years, and I haven't seen a lot of warehouses. But the bottom line is, nobody has created any additional space for warehouses in a long time, other than the Port 460 project, which is its own animal, and I know some folks aren't crazy about it. But when we look at the proliferation of warehouses, and I just, Mr. Hughes was kind enough to give me this information. Portside and Coastal Logistics, formerly G-Plane, that started in 1974. Cisco Bridgeway Center, year started 2000. Northgate Industrial Park, 2000. That was 24 years ago. That was zoned for that purpose. 24 years ago, not in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years when, nobody picked up the telephone and said, hey, anybody want to invest in some warehouses? We're going to go ahead and willy-nilly start putting warehouses everywhere. Wilbur Industrial Park, 1977. Virginia Regional Commerce Park, 2007. Now listen, I want to hear anything that says 2020. Suffolk Industrial Park, 1974. Suffolk Industrial Park, 2001. Center Point, 2008. West Point, 2007. There is nothing that has been rezoned specifically for warehouses in really since 2006 or 7. Most of them were before that. So where did all these warehouses come from all of a sudden? Did city council decide, let's have a warehouse sale? I mean, this is called, the reason these warehouses came about is because the capacity was there. The Port of Virginia, whether you like it or not, I mean, I'm not a fan of ports, I'm not a fan of warehouses, and I'm certainly not a fan of truck traffic. I get plenty of that going down Matoka Road right now because of the gas project. So nobody's enamored with warehouses. Nobody's enamored with traffic. I mean, I just came back from Virginia Beach at 2:45 yesterday, going to a doctor's appointment. That took me 45 minutes to get through the tunnel. So, I mean, traffic congestion is an issue everywhere. And just like Robert Lewis says, you can't get ahead of traffic because of the funding formula. And everybody says, well, what's happening, fix the roads, do this. We know traffic is an issue, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But all that warehousing space, all the industrial parks were rezoned and what have you 10, 15, 20 years ago. So with all the money that was pumped into the port, and you combine that with COVID, the investment in the port, the dredging of the port to get 50-something feet to allow these new big cargo ships to come in, the goal really in Richmond, not so much the Suffolk, but Richmond, is that port become the #1 port on the East Coast because it's a huge driver for commerce. The amount of money that it generates in jobs and other revenues is just, I mean, it's where the dollars have been going. The port has a management team now that has made it one of the most efficient ports, which means that the trucks have to come out of the port. Unless you pick up your cargo with a helicopter and fly out of Hampton Roads, there's only 3 ways out of Hampton Roads, whether we like it or not. We're Suffolk citizens. I'm a Suffolk citizen. I've been here a long time. I told someone the other day, I'm not moving anywhere. I've lived here, and when I die, I'm going to die right here. They bury me in the backyard with the cats and squirrels and gerbils and everything else we buried back there. So the reality of it is traffic is going to come out of that port. Traffic is going to come out of Hampton Roads, and we own 2 of the 3 main arteries. There's only 3 ways out of Hampton Roads, 64, 58, and 460. We own 2 out of 3. Now, I can complain about it, everybody up here can complain about it, but the reality of it is there's not anything we can do except deal with it the best that we can. I remember I was talking to, of course it didn't turn out that way, but I was talking to the president of CarMax about 25, 30 years ago in Richmond. And he said, we'll never come to Hampton Roads, too many bridges, too hard to get around. I mean, they did come to Hampton Roads, the same way people still come to Suffolk, because one of the speakers mentioned, this is the greatest city in Hampton Roads. As far as I'm concerned, it's the greatest city in Virginia. And we want to try to keep it that way. But because the port, the production at the port became so much, it created an instant demand for warehouse space. They had no space. You combine that with prime interest rates in 3% back then, It created a perfect storm for all of a sudden, everybody wants warehouse space. So what happens? They fill up the warehouse spaces, and with the warehouse spaces comes the traffic. Now, what can we do about it? We deal with it the best we can. And we've learned by our mistakes. We've learned by our mistakes as far as warehousing is concerned. We've learned from our mistakes as far as solar is concerned, because kind of the same thing happened with solar. We had like a paragraph of ordinances regulating solar. You know why? Because nobody really cared. Nobody was doing solar. So where did solar come from? Do we pick up the phone and say, hey, great news for you, Suffolk got a lot of land, go put a solar farm there? That's not what happened. It became incentivized. It created a market of which we had the land. So us and a lot of other localities kind of got caught with their pants down, not having what we needed to have in place to ensure that we're doing the right thing. So we saw what happened, we listened to our citizens, and we've amended a lot of things. And a lot of the folks out there were responsible for helping us amend regulations in the UDO relative to warehouses and relative to solar in particular. As far as road funding is concerned, I mean, I read something online the other day. I don't know why I go on there and even look at that stuff, but somebody's, we're talking about the $30.1 million that we got from the Teapot Fund for 460. And that was related to the 460 project, which was one of the reasons to consider support, is it would give us an opportunity, a rare opportunity, to get in front of a transportation issue with funding. Because as Mr. Lewis mentioned, smart scale funding, which is determined how money is allocated to the localities for projects, is almost half based on congestion, which means you can't pick up the phone and say, look, over here, I know there's going to be congestion there. This ain't rocket science. A third grader can tell you that this is going to be a busy road based on what's going on. You're still not going to get any money until you have congestion. Well, that $30.1 million was based solely on economics. It was on job creation and income generation. So we ended up with 30% of all the money that was allocated for the entire state with no strings attached for us, not a citizen's worth of tax money, other than it gives us a jump on the 460 project, which means we can actually get ahead of something instead of 58 where we're chasing our tail. Because the reality of it is, on 460, whether you like it or not, the Hampton Roads Transportation Planning Organization says within a decade there'll be twice as much truck traffic there because it's coming out of the port. So we can be prepared for it. That $30 million, along with the additional $6 or $7 million we got from the developer, the $1 million from the port, the $1 million we threw in there, basically pays for half of that project. So I wouldn't call that a drop in the bucket. It is paid for half of that project and not one taxpayer penny. It doesn't get, from that standpoint, it doesn't get much better. Do we still have a lot of concerns? We do. We've got a lot going on. We got flyovers on Wilroy Road to go over railroad tracks. We got Shoulders Hill and 17 being done. We've got extra lanes going in on 17. Do we need a new Godwin Bridge? Yeah, I'll go for it. I mean, we need a new Godwin Bridge. We'd like to have a Kings Highway Bridge. I'd love to have a Kings Highway Bridge. It's only $180 million. I'll chip in a couple hundred and pass the hat. We see if we make that one work. So it's not a matter of not knowing what we need. It's a matter of how do we go about getting what we can to make these things happen, recognizing that. Route 10 is a perfect example. We've got a diverging diamond. I still don't understand that one because I'm not an engineer, but if you want to get a headache, Google diverging diamond and see what that looks like coming off onto Route 10, and there's going to be a lane on both sides. Now, we had more development that was approved for Hill Point, but it was not, the caveat is it would not be allowed until we had that extra lane. And that project's not going to be too painful because the roadway's coming out of the middle, not on the sides. and I'm all over the place. But my point is, we're addressing some of these. The revised growth area is huge. The village area plans, it's not that we're going to not look into the individual villages. I think the comp plan needs to be passed with an overall guideline for the villages in general, and then we'll delve into each village, look at their unique characteristics, see if they have historic issues or whatever it is, and then we can drill down into each individual village within the confines and guidelines of the village plan. It's hard to do one without the other, because the little one can't contradict the big one, so let's do the whole village plan. The transportation master plan, I agree 100% to all the comments. Transportation has been the key or the most prevalent complaint is transportation. How do we get around? Am I going to tell you? I don't care what you put in the I don't care what you put in the transportation master plan and what have you. It's not going to fix it overnight, but we need it. We absolutely need it, and we need a good one, and that serves everyone, our citizens, the developers as well. If they're thinking about putting in a project in a particular place, they can refer to the transportation plan, and if it shows a road's going to be needed to do this or that, somebody's got to pay for it. We look back on fiscal analysis, and I know I've heard that a lot. I think this is the most fiscally conservative group you've ever seen. You know, that I'm not that concerned with the fiscal analysis for the whole city. I cannot remember a single project in the last decade or more where the city has said, oh, we've got somebody who wants to develop this, let's go put some more water and sewage and roads in there to make it happen. I don't care if it's in the super growth area. That ain't happening. It hasn't happened yet, and I don't see it happening anytime in the future. We just had our AAA bond ratings reaffirmed from all three agencies. It's not because we're not fiscally responsible. So while that's a consideration, I believe that the master transportation plan is something that really does need to be not only be looked at, but we need to have something in our hands before we pass the comprehensive plan. And I've been told that I think this 90-day extension will give us something to actually look at. The employment centers, we say we didn't change things, they did change things. You know, I'm not sure, you know, I got a little confused on the employment centers also. And there's some things there that says, you know, a secondary use from an employment center may be a warehouse. That doesn't mean we're putting warehouses there. This is a long term range. It's like the comprehensive plan to me is like a big conditional use permit. This particular use may be okay at the right time, at the right place, in the right way. If it fits, then we have the latitude to do it. But there is no zoning involved. Just like I told the lady earlier, we're not doing a mass rezoning. The rezoning stays the same. So until such time as a piece of property, even if it's in a growth area, if it's not rezoned for that particular use, it's not going to happen. But it's just a general guideline that says, if we're going to grow somewhere, this is kind of what we're looking at. And I'm satisfied with what it says we want to preserve. I wrote all that stuff down. I couldn't agree with it anymore. Talking about farmland and what we've got, we talked about agriculture, and I know some people say we're taking all the ag land, we don't care about ag land. We formed an agricultural advisory committee. And everybody said, well, you know, I mean, you just did it. Well, that means we hadn't had it for the last 50 years. But we did just do it, you know, and it was Councilman Johnson's idea and Councilmember Butler Barlow. And they pushed that. You know what? The rest of this council supported it and said, okay, let's do an agriculture advisory committee. I heard somebody squeaking about it took you long enough, you know, so it doesn't really make any difference what you do. The key is we got one now. We got an agricultural specialist coming. Some folks weren't real happy about that. But you know what? This council did that. So, and I look at what they called, well, let me see what they called this thing. Had a name for what we were trying to do. Should have got my notes from last night. Talked about the process, but anyhow, it's, conservative, protecting the historic nature of the city, the character of the city, and doing all these things. We are going to try to do that, but you got to have some growth. Whether you like it or not, you got to have some growth. I was talking to a bunch of folks the other night who pretty much ain't crazy about growth, and somebody said, well, if we don't allow any more people to build here, if we don't allow any more business to come in, then you don't have to raise taxes because we won't need anything. And I said, well, let's just think about that for a minute. If we put a big wall up, we don't let anybody in, we don't get any more traffic, that's true. We're not going to, business-wise, we don't let anybody else in. So if the salary of a firefighter or policeman goes from $50,000 to $70,000, because we want to be competitive as far as that's concerned. If teachers go from $50,000 to $70,000, we're not bringing any more people in here, but who's going to pick up the tab? The only thing that pays the expenses is tax generation. That tax generation could be on the back of our citizens, or it could be provided through commercial means, through commerce, through meals tax, through sales tax, through tax on commercial property. When I got the numbers on commercial property, I reached out to the assessor a couple weeks ago and said, just for the heck of it, tell me how much more taxable commercial property, not homes, not personal property tax, how much more taxable commercial property has been generated in the last 4 years? He said, I don't know, let me get it, I'm gonna put it on a piece of paper, I'll get back to you. He sent me a piece of paper, said, I just emailed it to you. I looked at it, almost fell out of the chair. $1.7 billion. Billion. This is commercial. And then he told me, week before last, I made a mistake. I said, oh, I knew that was too much. He said, no, it's 2.1. And we can sit there and say, that doesn't mean anything. That means a lot. Because that commercial real estate, that revenue allows us to do all those things that you see up there, like build a $74 million middle school, do a $26 million library, do a $2 million festival site, and all the other things that we have in our capital improvement project without asking residents to pay more. And a matter of fact, we reduced your tax rate, we reduced your tax rate last year, and my tax rate too. Believe me, I'm paying plenty of taxes. Our tax rate was reduced last year, got a tax relief the year before that, and the tax rate was reduced the year before that. So 3 out of the last 3 years, there has been a tax abatement on your tax rate. A couple of the cities did it, but nobody has done anything for 3 consecutive years. So what allows us to do that? That's that commercial development. So the comp plan itself, like I said, I'm not ready to vote on it either. I talked about employment centers. We're allowing for a little bit more flexibility there. The Northern Peninsula, I agree that doesn't need to be in a growth area. I mean, I don't know where we are there, but, the B1, B2, I'm fine with that. And I agree with that based on that entire 17 corridor. I don't think we need to put anything else on there. I think that will allow for the type of growth that we can live with without going crazy. The Route 17 corridor, that did its own thing. I mean, it's funny. Well, it's not funny. Well, anyhow, it is kind of funny. Depends on where you live and what you think. I'll speak to people that live here in the core area, and they say, well, you give Northern Suffolk everything. How come they have everything? Northern Suffolk gets everything. We don't have squat. The city we've hardly put anything into Northern Suffolk. Yeah, we're building a new fire station, a nice new fire station, which is big, and it does cost a little bit on services. But for the most part, that's all private development. That's just how capitalism works. You know, you had 664 put in, you've got a huge presence, you got demographics where average, you know, where per capita income's closer to $130,000 or $40,000 a year. That's where the businesses go. They go where there's rooftops. You're seeing some of that growth here. You're seeing that some growth here, but I still have people say, why don't we have a TJ Maxx? Why don't we have a Target? Why don't we have a bowling alley? Why don't we have a movie theater? We don't decide that. That's private business. That's the investment. We can make it welcoming to do business with us. We can go out and solicit those type of businesses, but we're not going to get them until we have more rooftops. So when you get more rooftops, what's that mean? It means more traffic. So you're constantly, you know, I told somebody the other day, the easiest decision between right and wrong, that's easy. That's a cakewalk. But the tough decisions are weighing those alternatives. You're sacrificing one thing for another thing. You can't get one thing without the other. Basically, you can't get your cake and eat it too. So you're constantly weighing what are the pros and what are the cons, and what's going to be best for our citizens. Everybody on this dais makes their decisions based on what they think is best. We don't always agree on that. But the intent is there. And I think everybody on here also listens to this listens to the citizens, and I think our staff has. Like I said, I'm a little dismayed that we haven't kind of put this thing to sleep yet, but we're getting there. And I'm going to go because I've been talking too long. But I haven't had, what else I got? So we're population growth. The port expansion, like I said, we are not here, I will tell you, we are not here to serve the port. And I've got people that know me, that I work with, that I talk to at the port that have been very helpful, but we are not here to serve the port. The port is there, they're doing their thing, but we are here to try to have a relationship with them so we can make the best out of the situation that we have to deal with, which is 2 to 3 ways out of Hampton Roads is through our city, period to end. So we need to work more with them. We need to work with them when we can, and they have been very helpful. They have, you know, they gave us $1 million, which is a drop in the bucket, but they're also going to work hand in hand with us to try to garner some federal grants, which is a different animal. And they're very versed in trying to do that, so they'll be working with us. I mean, my goal would see if it'd be possible to find some more money somewhere to take care of a lot of these other things, because every time we get money for this, then that frees up money to do things that our citizens would like to have. And I'll look at the list over there. We want more parks, we want more walking trails. I'll look at what we've done on walking trails, what we've done on parks, where we're going on boat access. We bought Brady's Marine. We've got so much stuff going on in this city. When you stop and look at it, and it's all quality of life stuff for the citizens. Yes, we have some traffic. I mean, it's Hampton Roads. It is, you got water and bridges and only so many arteries in and out. And yes, if you have a couple of 2, 3 accidents, it could be ugly. And you know what? If you get 5 inches of rain in a couple of hours, your ditch is going to fill up. And I hear that one too, and I know Robert does. But it's just it. But I can tell you from my standpoint, I know we got a great city because we got great people who live in this city. And a lot of folks have mentioned that. And we've got a lot of land. We do have a lot of land. So anyhow, okay, that's enough of my rambling on for one night. Whoa, we got some more. Somebody else wants to talk after I talk? Oh, my goodness. Councilman Johnson, go ahead.
No, one thing, because it's time to go home. I just want to encourage this council, if we're going to extend this 90 days, everyone on this council make sure they make it a priority to talk with planning, Let's get our ducks in a row and make sure that we put this to bed. It is time to put it to bed. The citizens deserve to be put to bed. Our people deserve time to be put to bed. But we need to solve a few of these issues. This traffic thing, it's got to be fixed. We've got to figure it out. The village thing I can put off for 15 minutes, but the village thing has got to be fixed. 1974 is when the villages came into this city, and we have not served them well. And it is way past time. That's all I'm going to say. There's other things I question as well, but if we can fix these 2 or 3 things, we're done. We need to move this thing to the next level so we can start working on the next one, because that's going to be here right now. And the other thing is, let's go back to smart growth just a little bit. We don't even talk about smart growth as much anymore. Smart growth. Smart growth means a lot of things. And the other thing, this doesn't sound like it's coming from me, but let's not miss an opportunity. If we have a development opportunity to come see, I bet we can find a place to put them. And we'll generate money for our city and ways to make it work. And we can keep our agricultural too. That's it. I'm done. Let's do this vote.
Councilman Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm all in favor, and I'm certainly going to support the motion to defer this thing. But my question is, you brought up a lot of interesting topics and a lot of things that may potentially weave their way into the final draft of the 2045 comp plan. So I guess my question is more of a procedural thing. Are we going to be voting on exactly what we have here? If a bunch of changes are going to be made, is it going to have to be cycled through the Planning Commission again? I just want to make sure that we do things properly.
So you have 4 options with the comprehensive plan. First off, with the comprehensive plan, you also have a time restriction. So on most items that come from the Planning Commission to the City Council, you can wait forever to decide on them. This, you have 150 days from yesterday to make a decision on the comprehensive plan. Your 4 choices are approve what the Planning Commission sent to you. You can amend what the Planning Commission sent to you. You can deny what the Planning Commission sent to you and rely on the existing comprehensive plan. Or the last item is you can deny it, tell the Planning Commission why you denied it, and ask them to revise the plan. So those are your choices.
So I guess my question would be, Councilman Fawcett has made a motion to table this for 90 days. Is that something that we talk about? I mean, I would think that the intent would be probably just to amend what they have. We don't want to send it back. I don't think we want to send it back. I don't think we want to start all over again, and I don't think we want to turn it down. So maybe have some discussions and see if we can tweak it up between now and, tweak it up between now and 90 days from now. Or is that something we can talk about later, Mr. Manager?
When the city attorney corrects me here in a minute, just in case, preparing for that. Now, I would say that we work with council over the next 90 days, but prior to bringing it back for the public hearings, maybe we bring it back for a work session. So if we do tweak anything up, it's out there. We know what, everyone can see what we've done. And that then when we can go to the public hearing in 90 days, if there's changes or what those changes are, it's already out and about.
So that's an excellent idea. So you're thinking maybe get the input, see what we can move around a little bit, and maybe have a work session 60 days out, thereabouts.
75 maybe.
75 days out, or at least a meeting before whatever to talk about it in a work session to kind of fine tune it a little bit, and that'll also give opportunity for citizens to take a look at what changes we've actually made, and then we'd be in a position to vote on it next time with another public hearing. And I would say all that is probably predicated on whether you think you can put together a transportation plan. Which do you think that's feasible?
Well, there's 2 different questions there, so let me answer the first one. I would say maybe step back, and if we can have most of any tweaks we do ready in 60 days, that would give the public another chance, maybe send emails or thoughts in, even though we'll have a public hearing on that. as far as the transportation plan goes, staff is already working on that and has been for some period. I've talked to them today, and they believe we will be in shape about that same time frame. And I'm getting a head nod, so I just didn't put them in a hole. It looks like it could all come together. The transportation plan, probably it'll be solid enough to be in shape to talk about.
I think that's the key. I think if we get a transportation plan in place, and like I said, we just work on a few other adjustments, that's being the main thing, because that is the main concern. And once again, I want to commend the staff. I looked at this entire presentation late last night, and everything that we've presented, at least in theory, I mean, what we say we want to do, I think is what we want to do, you know, with the protections and the limits and the goals of this comp plan. So we just need to make sure that the verbiage kind of lines up with the goals in most cases, and everybody has to realize that it is just a plan, which means it can change in a day, it can change in a month. It's not etched in stone, and at some points, you got to have some confidence that we haven't, I don't think we've done it in the past, but there's no rezoning. So you're never going to wake up and all of a sudden something's going to be there that you never thought would be there, because it can't, because it's going to take a process to rezone that property. The public will be aware of it. They'll be able to weigh in on it. They'll be able to attend public hearings and deal with each one of those land use issues, one issue at a time. The comp plan is just one of the 8 blocks that has to be considered in an application. I think there's 8 blocks, something like that. You know, it has to do with, you know, transportation and schools and environmental and traffic and comp plan. Does it adhere to the comp plan? Whether it does or it doesn't is not going to be the deciding factor. It's just a factor. It's a check. Does it? Yeah, it complies with the comp plan. Check. And then you go through and you do all 8 of them. But it's up to us to look at each one, because based on its own merit and where it is and possibly what's changed, we pass a comp plan today, and then 5 years from now, things didn't really materialize in a particular area like we thought they were going to, so it's going to affect your decision. And we just, you know, have to be aware of that. Do we have any other comments? If not, it's been so long. I think Councilman Fawcett made this motion yesterday, and Councilman Williams seconded it. Is there any discussion, further discussion of the motion? If not, council members, prepare to cast your vote. Please vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion's been approved by a vote of 6-0.
All right, moving right along. We do have an ordinance to amend Section 86-291 of the Code of the City of Suffolk restricting through truck traffic on Upton Place, Adams Drive, and Wood Duck Road. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Robert Lewis, Director of Public Works, is going to walk us through this staff report.
Yes, sir. Very briefly, this is actually a very good news story. As in many areas of the city, we have been approached by the Sleepy Lake community concerned about trucks that are starting to cut through the neighborhood occasionally when the issues occurred. And what they've asked us to do is consider asking council to put a truck prohibition on 3 streets within that neighborhood. And those streets are shown as you see. So trucks should be using the green route, but in lieu of using the green route, they're cutting through the neighborhood on the red route. And again, this ordinance will literally just modify our existing city ordinance and add these 3 streets to the locations where trucks are prohibited for passing through the neighborhood. And with that, I'm certainly available to answer any questions you may have.
I'm sorry. What happened? Oh, told you it's late. All right. We need a motion. There we go. Thank you very much. I got caught off track here. Councilman Johnson, we'll let you go first.
Aren't you nice? I move to approve.
We have a motion for approval, Councilman
Yes.
Fawcett. Councilman Fawcett,
Second is motion, Mayor.
do we have any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 6-0.
Okay, thank goodness we have no resolutions. Thank goodness we have no staff reports. Now we do move to motions. We have a motion to schedule a public hearing for September 4th, 2024, to receive public comment on ordinance authorizing the acquisition of permanent public utility and/or temporary construction easements, either by agreement or condemnation, for the Wilroy Road 12-inch water main extension Phase 2 project. And a motion would be in order. Councilman Williams. Got a motion for approval for Councilman Williams. Councilman Fawcett.
Second the motion.
Second from Councilman Fawcett. We having discussion of the motion. Hearing none. Councilmember, prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 6-0.
We next move to, we have another motion to schedule a city council work session for Wednesday, September 4th, 2024 at 4 p.m. unless canceled, and the motion would be in order. Councilman Johnson. Got a motion for approval from Councilman Johnson. Councilman Rector.
Second.
Second from Councilman Rector. And any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 6-0.
Okay, we'll now move to non-agenda speakers. Madam Clerk, do we have any non-agenda speakers? And if so, please explain the guideline.
Yes, Mayor Duman, we do have 2 individuals registered to speak as non-agenda speakers this evening. Each person participating under the item of business entitled non-agenda speakers shall limit their remarks to the services, policies, and affairs of city government and shall be permitted 5 minutes for the purpose of presenting his or her matter. Speakers appearing before City Council will not be permitted to participate in the following activities: to campaign for public office, use profanity, engage in personal attacks, or promote private business ventures. Speakers who violate these rules will be declared out of order by the presiding officer and will immediately yield the floor and be seated. Pastor Larry Davis, 204 Cedar Street, representing Cypress Chapel Christian Church. Pastor Davis. Our next speaker is Christy Fowler, 2823 Windjammer Road. That concludes the speakers, Mayor.
All right, we'll now move to new business. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, we do have additions to this evening's agenda. The first individual, we have boards and commissions nominations. And the first individual is Deanna Butler, and she has been nominated for the Senior Services of Southeastern Virginia Board. And the following individuals have been nominated to the Downtown Advisory Committee for the respective categories. Thomas Yazuni as the representative from the Arts and Culture category. Michael Hart as a representative from the Culinary and Restaurant category. Matthew Dearman is a representative from the Retail category. Thomas Woodward Jr. as a representative from the Professional category. Lisa Burrell as a representative from the Hospitality category. Leonard Provost as a representative from the Real Estate category. Brian McCormley, Amy Birdsong, and Ross Boone, Brian McCormley and Amy Birdsong as the representatives from the Downtown Resident/Property Owner category, and Ross Boone, Anthony Van Dyke, and Lula Holland as the representatives from the At-Large category.
Council, a motion would be in order. Councilman Johnson. A motion for approval, Councilman Johnson. Councilman Rector.
Second that motion.
Second from Councilman Rector. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 6-0.
Is there any other new business that any member of council would like to bring forward for consideration? Hearing none, we'll now move to announcements and comments. And at this time, I'll ask if Media and Community Relations Director Jennifer Moore has any announcements.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager. I'll kick off the announcements tonight with a reminder that in observance of the Labor Day holiday, the City of Suffolk offices will be closed on Monday, September 2nd. Normal operations will resume Tuesday, September 3rd at 8:30 a.m. Trash and recycling collection will be picked up as scheduled, and Suffolk Transit will operate their normal schedule. Exciting news from the Public Utilities Department. The City of Suffolk has been awarded $1 million in FY24 congressionally directed spending, federal funding for the G. Robert House Water Treatment Facility EDR membrane replacement project. And on August 12th, Congresswoman Jen Kiggins made a special visit to the water treatment facility to present the check. EDR is a water treatment process that removes fluoride from drinking water. The funding will cover a portion of the replacement cost of the EDR membranes, allowing the ability to continue to provide high-quality drinking water to the residents of Suffolk. The Economic Development Department would like to welcome 2 new businesses to downtown. The first business is Blessed Hands Florist, a floral and retail merchandiser offering a unique and affordable selection of customized floral arrangements. The second new business is Darla's Downtown Boutique. Darla aims to be a convenient local business to pick up a gift or a treat for yourself with their amazing inventory of a wide variety of things ranging from clothes to candles. And congratulations are in order for the graduates of the Suffolk Police Department's 2024 Senior Citizen Academy. These 27 dedicated citizens have spent the last 10 weeks learning about the police department and how to improve their personal safety. The students were exposed to a variety of topics, including law enforcement history, driving course demonstrations, crime scene investigations, and crime prevention. The Suffolk Police Department hosted another successful hiring event last week with over 30 applicants who came out to jumpstart their application process by completing almost all of the necessary requirements in a one-stop fast-track setting. Applicants were able to complete their application, written test, physical ability test, and their interview, all in the same day. For more information, visit SuffolkPoliceCareers.com. Suffolk Fire and Rescue's Fire and Life Safety Camp just wrapped up their 4th and final week of camp last week. Throughout the summer, the camp served over 100 children ages 6 to 9 years old, educating them on topics including fire prevention, home exit drills, home safety, bike safety, hiking safety, and basic first aid care. Suffolk Fire and Rescue partnered with local businesses such as Subway, Chick-fil-A, El Paseo Pizza, and Walmart to provide snacks and lunches to campers, as well as items such as bike helmets, book bags, and fanny packs, all at no cost to the parent. Registration for next summer's camp will open in May 2025. And Suffolk Public Works would like to remind citizens of the lane closure on Bridge Road due to the current tree cutting and road construction operations. The work has begun and it is expected to end on August 25th, weather permitting. For more information, visit suffolkva.us. The City of Suffolk's Public Safety Committee reminds residents that the Public Safety Portal is now live. This online platform empowers citizens to share suggestions on community safety improvements and public safety matters in a quick and easy manner. Users also have the option to submit anonymously. Residents are reminded that this portal is not intended for reporting criminal activity, and in the event of an emergency, to please call 911. For more information on the Public Safety Committee and the portal, visit suffolkva.us. And as part of the Downtown Master Plan, the installation of Phase 2 of the Wayfinding Sign Project is underway. The second phase introduces 16 Trailblazer signs that are placed in strategic locations along Constance, Main, and Washington streets to help direct visitors to popular locations within the downtown area. Each Trailblazer sign has a graphic on the back panel that represents something familiar and identifiable of downtown. Images include Mr. Peanut Silhouette, the Cultural Arts Center, the Visitor Center, and other historic buildings in the district. The signs aim to enhance navigation, celebrate Suffolk's unique heritage, and contribute to a more connected and vibrant downtown experience. And finally, as you can tell by tonight's announcements, August has been a very busy month here in Suffolk. This also includes another successful National Night Out event and the grand opening of our Downtown Festival Park. And the best way to share these successes with you is to show you the highlight reel. So let's take a look. of the Downtown Festival Park and the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the City of Suffolk. Everyone sign the iconic beams and make your mark in Suffolk history. In the theme of our 50th anniversary, we have encouraged people to wear 1970s attire. There's a prize for the best dress. And of course, on your screen are the various ways residents can stay connected to the City of Suffolk. Thank you and have a good evening.
All right, thank you, Ms. Moore. Now move on to announcement from City Council, and Councilman Rector, you're up. Let me get you, bam. There we go.
Thank you. I'll be Councilman Fawcett brief. First off, I want to thank the city for starting to get the wayfinding signs up. I think they're going to be a great contribution to the folks that visit the downtown area from out of town and help them to find all the great things that we have to do here in the downtown area of Suffolk. And speaking of downtown Suffolk, I did attend the openings of the two new businesses that opened downtown. The first was Darla's Downtown Boutique, which, as Jennifer mentioned, features all kinds of nice gifts and clothing. And good luck to Delaney and her mother. They're going to be a wonderful addition to the ever-growing variety of shops downtown. And then later that day, I attended the opening of the Blessed Hands Florist, where, honest to God, they had some of the best chicken salad at their opening that I think I've ever had. And I want to thank both of these businesses for choosing to invest in our downtown. And then along with the rest of the council, I did attend the presentation of the check by Congresswoman Jen Kiggins for the $1 million to help offset the cost of the membrane replacement to filter out the excessive fluoride in our drinking water. We continue to be very well supported by our elected officials, both in Richmond and in Washington. And then also, along with the rest of the council, I attended the ceremony for the swearing in of our new police chief, Danny Bowie. Congratulations to you, Chief. It's a well-deserved confirmation of your dedication and leadership of our police department, and it should come as a comfort to all in our city to know that the department is in such capable hands. And then finally, well, not finally, I attended the Senior Citizens Police Academy graduation ceremony, where one of the graduates was none other than my wife, Wanda. The police department now has 27 more on-the-street ambassadors to continue to promote the great relationship between the men and women in blue and our citizenry. And then this past Saturday, I attended the 36th annual powwow held by the Nansman Nation on what is now their home. The weather was perfect, and according to James with the Suffolk News Herald, it was attended by upwards of 7,000 folks. And the people from Ducks Unlimited were there as well to celebrate the inclusion of most of the land into their conservation easement, assuring that the land will be well preserved and cared for by both the nation and Ducks Unlimited. And if you believe in signs, you know, the good things happening at the right time, when I was leaving the powwow, and you had to exit through the Lone Star Lakes, and right when I got to Crittenden Road and was about ready to turn onto Crittenden Road to leave, this huge hawk came flying literally almost right in front of my car. And I thought, if that's not a good sign that the city and the nation have done a good thing with Ducks Unlimited by putting this land in a conservation easement, then I don't know what is. And then last night I attended the Kingsborough Civic League meeting. Chief, I don't know, can you help me remember the name of the officer that also attended that did such a great job going over all the new things that the Safety Committee is doing to promote our public safety? Do you remember who that was? Oh, yes, sir. It was you. Yeah, I want to thank. Yeah. But anyway, I want to thank you, Chief, for showing up. They appreciated it very much, and we talked about maybe getting one of those traffic things out on Catherine Street and see if we can't help them out a little bit. And then finally, I just want to kind of make one wrap-up comment about the Italians coming with the Sister Cities visit and the fountain dedication. I forgot to mention at the end of the last meeting, the mosaic that is part of that fountain that was done by that Ezio Gorabami, oh God, I just butchered his name, but fortunately he's in Italy and didn't hear it. His work is, you know, I've said before, is known all over Italy, and he's done work in all the famous cathedrals over there. And there are only 2 cities in the United States that have examples of his mosaic artwork. One of them is Los Angeles, California, and the other one is our very own city of Suffolk. So if you have not been to the park down there by the courthouse and have seen this mosaic, you owe it to yourself to go down there and take a look at it, because if you want to see any other representation of this guy's work, you're going to have to go all the way out to Los Angeles when you can do it right here. And why do that when you can do that right here in Suffolk? Then I want to congratulate the council on getting the Downtown Advisory Committee named. I'm sure that they'll start soon to have a meeting and get their bylaws and everything else done, and I think it's going to be a great addition and a good advisory board for this council to continue to promote the great things that are going on downtown. And then finally, there you are over there, Officer Jackson. Congratulations on a well-deserved retirement from the police force. I know that in the 16 years that I spent on the Planning Commission, you were there protecting us, looking out for us, making sure that nobody went beyond the barriers to my left and to my right without getting your undivided attention. And I want to thank you for your service to this city. And like I say, I wish you nothing but the best in your retirement. And with that, I'll say good night.
Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I too would like to say to Officer Jackson, I'd like to wish you happy retirement. You're going to be missed. You're going to be missed. You've been here for council, looking out for us, making sure that we get to our vehicles safe, making sure that we get to the celebrations safe. You just really been there for us, and I just want everybody to know how much you mean to me, how much you mean to council, and I wish you the best. So, thank you for your service. On Saturday, August 10th, the mayor, Councilman Rector, and I attended the grand opening of Blessed Hands Florist in Suffolk, our newest florist. I'd like to wish Miss Council the very best in her new location, and I believe she's truly going to do well downtown. On Tuesday, August the 13th, I had the pleasure of attending the swearing in of our chief, James Danny Bowie. I'm so used to saying Danny, but James Danny Bowie. I believe the police department is in good hands now, and I believe that you're going to do an excellent job. The morale, the enthusiasm that was in doing your swearing in at the Cultural Arts Center, it was overwhelming. You could just feel it in the air. The level of respect that you got, and you've earned it. I mean, you've come up through the ranks, and I think you're going to do well. Again, congratulations for that. Also, would like to congratulate the Honorable Judge Alfred Bates on his appointment to the 5th Judicial Circuit Court of Virginia. Congratulations to Judge Bates. Thank you to Reverend Somerville for inviting me out to Palm Tree Baptist Church annual health fair car show on Saturday, August the 17th. I really enjoyed being there, and I'm looking forward to next year's event. Also, I would like to thank the South Suffolk, Pleasant Hill, and Orlando Community Reunion Committee for putting on a great 3-day weekend event. I saw some faces that I hadn't seen in probably 40 years. It was a great event. Again, I'd like to commend the committee for putting on such a great event. My word for the month of August is preferment. The definition is promotion or appointment to a position of office. And with that, I say good night.
Councilman Fawcett.
Thank you, Mayor. I think everybody said a lot, but I would like to thank Congresswoman Jen Kiggins for coming out to the waterworks and bringing out that rather large check, because I think people, I don't know, they just don't know. You know, when you get $1 million check for something, or in another case where the Kings Highway Bridge design came in at about $3 million, I mean, you start equating those dollars, that's less money that we got to find or take out of our city that our taxpayers have to have the burden of holding. So, you know, when a senator comes out, congressman comes out, or congresswoman comes out and gives us this kind of, kind of money, it makes you think, like, wow, this staff up here in City Hall is doing a lot. The staff takes credit for this because they're the one leading the charge going after these project grants or whatever to get this money. So I would say the city manager and all the staff, you're doing a great job. Keep hitting the ball at the plate. Let's see if we can keep on getting a little more each time. We got a ways to go, but we're on the right path when it comes to that right now. It just saved a lot of bucks. The powwow was great. We all went out for the most part. I think we need a little work with the mayor and myself on Rector on when we did the ring dance. We didn't quite get it, but we were close.
All right, on about him.
But anyway, that was pretty cool. And everybody has gave nothing but all the most accolades to you, Chief Bowie. Your swearing-in ceremony was probably the most classiest I've seen in a while. And I think your wife was really on point, but she was trying to throw you under the bus a little bit. But other than that, she was great, and it turned out nice. It was a very, very, very nice evening for everybody to come out, give you the support. So continue that hard work and keep that support behind you, because you need that support as long as you sit there. Your senior citizen at graduation with the 27 folks that came out, I think the speaker was the highlight of it all. She was a school teacher here in Suffolk, and she just knew how to jazz the crowd up. You know, she really did a great job, and they all seemed like they had a great time. So that was pretty cool to come out to that. So I commend all of those that came. Next time, come out. We're going to have another one next year. Come out and try to be a part of it. You learn a lot from that group of folks over there at PD. Also, I'd like to congratulate and thank you to the fire department for their safety camp for all those little kids, because truly helping get the information out to those kids is where the message really needs to start, because a lot of times they don't know. So they had an opportunity to learn some things that might prevent them from having a serious problem wherever they may travel or in their home. I can't tell you how many in my career that I went to house fires and apartment fires where children set the room on fire and didn't even realize what they had done. But the result turned out to be that they were burned out of their home, which is pretty tragic. I want to thank the city, the staff, and everybody involved. We waited a long time to see these signages come up. We've been waiting. I think we go back quite a few years, Mayor, with this signage that's now coming about. I'm sure it'll be good information for anybody that might come out and need to have some directions. So we continue to do the good work. Judge Bates went to his investiture swearing in of his job over at the court. That was just phenomenal. The amount of judges that showed up for that from all over the region here was just fantastic. And I've talked to Judge Bates a few times, but he is a very quiet, humble individual that doesn't really say a whole lot. You know, but when he does say things, he's on point. But he's a great man, and I learned a lot about him in just listening to some of the comments that folks had presented. That was very nice, very fitting, very nice. Downtown Advisory Board, we got that done tonight, so we can start that rolling, and folks can get moving on that and see where it goes. And hopefully we'll have somebody that will be a director that will help them out a little bit, and we might see some things in the near future with that project. I want to make one point here to all you out in the blah broadcast land, wherever you might be. For the next 12 plus months, if you plan on traveling on Route 17, north or south, during the hours of 8 and 3, is that right? 3 o'clock. You can count on being backed up in traffic for a long time, because they're going to choke the lane down to one lane. For right now, it's going to be one lane when they're working on whatever lane of traffic they're in. I've sat in it, I sit in it every day, and I'm still not smart enough to go around it. But if you can move your route and go a different direction to get around that traffic, try to stay off 17 and help yourself, because it can get backed up. And the other part of that is, when it gets backed up, then we have 2 or 3 crashes in the middle of it, because someone wants to bump into the back end of somebody or whatever. So it just multiplies the problem. So if If you're going around the Shoulders Hill Road, 17 north and southbound, again, try to be away from that property line while they're working because they're going to be out there. So just move yourself in a different direction. I think we had a lot of conversation tonight about that comp plan, and Mayor, you did a good job doing your part in talking, saved us a lot of trouble, bringing a lot of things up. And hopefully it gets dialed up a little bit tighter between now and November. It's a lot of hard work, and Keith and all the folks in planning doesn't go unnoticed what you're doing. I know you're taking a lot of bullets because people don't get everything they want, but let's see what we can do to get it a little tighter, and then maybe we can move it on. So with that, I hope I'll see you on the next meeting, and thank you very much, Mayor.
Councilman Johnson.
What those three just said, I've said. Staff, I appreciate staff's help in the last few days. We've worked together on trying to understand the 45 plan, and I know we're going to get it finished. Jackson, I'm not telling you goodbye. You know that. Anyway, you're a good friend, and we are going to miss you. I don't know what we're going to do. You're going to have to come ride with us when we go places just for fun. But anyways, thanks to everyone who came out tonight. Thanks to everyone that expressed their interest in the comp plan. They are good citizens that are concerned, and we appreciate that. And we're going to get this thing done so that we can all move on to the next thing, because there's lots more to look forward to. Good night.
Vice Mayor Ward.
Yes, as many of you do know that I celebrated a birthday last week. Turned 70 years old, which I'm proud of. And I had promised Mr. Felder that the next time he preached that I was going to be there. And it so happened to have to be on my birthday, so I had to keep my word. And I'm so glad that I did, because he's a member of King Grove Pentecostal Church, Bishop Kendra. And I knew Bishop Kendra for a while, and I'd never been to his church. So Reverend Felder made sure he texted me and gave me good direction, but I didn't know it that far back, but I was there, and I was really impressed of the talent that he have in bringing out the word. So, Mr. Felder, Reverend Felder, thank you so much for the invitation, and I really enjoyed myself, and I got a special treat. The congregation sung Happy Birthday. I mean, they sung a good version of Happy Birthday, and I was so delighted during that time. I had my brother with me, but it was very touching at that particular time, and it had a lot of things going on. And Reverend Felder said, it's light time. That was, he preached on. He did a good job, and any one of us on council would like to hear him preach. It was worthwhile just to see him in action. Thank you so much. I like to also, I was at the swear-in. I was kind of late, Chief, but I wasn't late. I was on time. Your wife was talking, so I made it, and you tell her she did a great job. I mean, I was on time. I seen all that. Before then, I said that was right. She did a great job, and like some of the councilmen said, I think you'll do a great job being Chief City of Suffolk. I'd also like to thank you for responding, Al, you two, on a situation I had, but was false, but I really appreciate that, because I was kind of bent all up. I ain't know where I parked my car at, so I thank you again. Sort of, you'll react kind of fast, and I thank you for that, and the major. So he was there, and it made me feel good also. I want to congratulate the Burgers Grant community parents over there. What happened was, it always bothered me that they had a park behind by the school where it was a baseball field. And a lot of the kids had to go to Drivers or go to Portsmouth to just play football. So I found out by going around about last month that they started a football team for the kids, and I was very impressed. They said they had it a year. So like I said, I wanted to congratulate them for doing it, because I think that that field finally going to be useful for the community, because they never had no type of sports for the young kids in that community. And also, me and the mayor, I attended one time, but the mayor came, Reverend Lawrence of Oak Grove Baptist Church put on an event for people for food, and it was good speakers. I mean, had good speakers, good attendant. And I think it's it's a good thing for us to do, see if we get involved in it, or we can help that program, because it's much needed. A lot of cities, and I know the city of Suffolk had a couple of organizations, and I think the mayor has some good ideas, and maybe he can share that with them and see if we can get it going on. And I want to say, my friend, notice I said my friend. I don't call everybody my friend. My friend, Officer Jackson, thank you for not only making us feel secure, and you're always there. It seemed like you always stayed ahead of the game. You made sure that this council was all right, and I thank you so much. And over the years, me and you had deeper, a lot of times, me and you have good conversations, and I really appreciate it. You know, by being a police officer, you put that aside, and you will make sure everything's all right, give an honest answer, we'll talk. Thank you so much. We go way back. I remember when the first time we probably talked, you was at John F. K. You were just parked, and I was coming from a meeting just before I was on council. And from then on, me and you would always talk, and I respect you a lot for what you have done over the years. And I got to thank you so much for serving for the city of Suffolk. I really mean that. Thank you so much. With that, I'll say God bless.
All right, I'll try to be brief here. Good luck with that. Okay, Blessed Hand Florist, Councilman Rector already spoke about that. We got a little bit of activity going on downtown, and looking forward to a bunch new. Another entrepreneur taking a leap of faith, trying to make something work, and I wish her the best. New teacher orientation, we didn't mention that, it was on the 12th at Nesbitt River High School. Very, very well represented by City Council. Once again, twice as many council members as there were school board members at a school function, but we showed up and we supported. And that's what we're supposed to do, and thank those teachers for choosing Suffolk. I think they had 100 and some maybe new teachers this year. Then the same day we had the water treatment plant. We mentioned the $1 million grant that Congresswoman Kiggins was responsible for getting for us, and I think she has developed a special affinity for our city. She was at the festival park, ribbon cutting, the national night out, and the water treatment plant. So within a span of about 10 days, I don't think we've ever seen a congressional representative 3 times in 10 days, short of the president showing up. So she's, and I think she was pretty sincere when she thinks kind of we got it going on here in Suffolk, and she wants to be part of it. Chief Bowie, I don't need to elaborate. Unlike my counterparts, I got to speak at your investiture, so I kind of said what I meant what I said, and the only thing I'll say, we got the right man in the right position at the right time. Thank you very much. Our Finance Committee met on the 14th. Everything's looking very good, very good. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for everything you do to manage our city as efficiently as you do. Senior Citizen Academy, that's like the happiest group of people. I don't know what kind of medication you give them as they come in, or you put something in the punch, but I mean, these people are happy. I mean, they're smiling. And I mean, it's great. It's just like you said, you got all these ambassadors going out, getting some inside knowledge as to what goes on in the police department. And I think the only thing more surprising than that is what goes on in Public Works, because I don't think the public understands exactly how expansive that job is. attended the soft opening of the Sojourn Firmatory. And Firmatory is a fancy word for a brewery, just in case. And that was at Bridgeport. And I got to talk to one of the owners, and they're from Fairfax. And I guess they did their homework, and they knew they wanted to be in Hampton Roads. And they looked at the beach, and they looked at Chesapeake. And guess where they decided to land? In Suffolk. So, once again, actions speak louder than words. The powwow, they're going to have to do something next year because I was telling the manager they got a serious traffic problem. There was way too many people there one time. I've been going to those things since my kids were little for 30-some years. I've never seen that many people there. I mean, literally all the parking was taken up, and they were bumper to bumper and backed up on Pembroke Lane, which is about 6.5 feet wide, I think, in it, Robert, something like that. You almost got a tire in each ditch, so we're going to maybe have to work on some off-site parking for them and give them some help next year, so they get people in and out of there. Went to Palm Tree Baptist Church the same morning. Councilman Williams alluded to there. They had a little car show and a health fair, and Centerra was there, and I was really surprised at how many people were there. Really, I think for the health fair more than the car show, but they were very accommodating. We got the word yesterday that all 3 of our AAA bond ratings were reaffirmed, which is outstanding, but it says volumes as to where we are as a city. We've never been financially in a better position than we are now, and like they say, money's not everything, but it sure helps, and what it does is provides options, just like it does in your house. It gives you options, it gives our city options. It gives us options, and also gives us opportunity to take advantage of opportunities if it involves money and we need to act quickly. So we are prepared for that. The comp plan, we had some good discussion tonight. Hopefully we can make a few minor changes on that and put that one to sleep 90 days from now. And I know the manager is going to be working hard with staff on that. And once again, I want to thank everyone on staff that's been involved in that. Like I said, I really could not be, really more pleased with, how we've laid out what our goals are, what our visions are. All those are there. It's just a matter of tweaking it up a little bit. We'll make it work. The Downtown Advisory Board. The Downtown Advisory Board, it's going to be great, but you know what? That started with citizen input. That's where that came from. I don't think that was our brainstorm. Well, it wasn't mine. I got a lot of brainstorms, but that wasn't one of them. And that started because a group of people got together and they wanted to start talking, and that evolved into a formal advisory board. So citizen input does work, and contrary to popular belief, sometimes we do pay attention to what our citizens have to say and what they're looking for. Officer Jackson, where are you over there hiding? We're on camera, so I can't say what I really want to say, so we'll have to do that later, but kind of caught me off guard. He didn't let me know anything about this until I got a letter, and I don't think he's really supposed to do that. I think he's supposed to confer with me right after he talks to Gail and make sure that we're both on board with whatever he plans on doing. But I've been at this for 14 years, and one of my favorite sayings is there's only one thing you can count on nowadays, and that's you can't count on anything, but just one thing you could count on, and that's that man right there. I'd go anywhere with him anytime and know whatever his mission was, it was going to be accomplished. And I honestly believe he'd take a bullet for me. And if you wouldn't, you don't have to say whether you really would or not, but because right now you're going to go out and I'm going to think you take a bullet for me, but I honestly believe that he would. But you could always count on him to be there. He was always there and always performing his duties in a more than professional manner. I just want to thank you for being an outstanding officer. I want to thank you for serving our city. I want to thank you for being an honorable person. And more importantly, I want to thank you for being my friend. And I wish you all the best in everything that you do and everything you do with your darling wife, Gail. She's a great person. I'll miss Paint the Town Red. We served together on that little volunteer board for 3 or 4 years, and she really didn't rat on you much, so you got her trained pretty good. So anyhow, so with that, all right, I'm done. I'm looking forward to our next meeting, And I'll be looking for a motion for adjournment. Councilman Rector.
So moved.
Got a motion for adjournment, Councilman Rector, Councilman Fawcett.
Second.
And a second. We have a discussion of the motion. Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote. And
The motion is approved by a vote of 6 to
before
0.
we leave, we want to get a picture with Officer Jackson. We're missing 2 folks tonight, though, Jay. What are we going to do about that? You want to Photoshop them in there?